เราก็ต้องไปให้คนบ้านแต่ไม่ถึงเราข้าวพร้อม
ฮัลโหลเทส1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4
เช็ค
โอเคเช็คไมค์เป็นไงบ้าง
Well, folks, welcome back after what's been, nearly an hour for the lunch break at the circuit. Hot laps and a bit of recap. It's like from qualifying in yesterday's Supercar GT sessions. But it's time for the racing to return. We are halfway through the day, halfway left to go. There are just 3 races left as a result before we reach the conclusion of just today, this weekend, and the championship here in 2025 for the Super Series by B-Quik Thailand Super Series. Welcome to Event 5, Checkmate, the final race, and welcome back to Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand for this one. My name is Zeno Yeaman, back on the microphone here once again for the afternoon session. We'll be joined by Scott Rankin here in just a moment's time, as well as he's been with me so far today. And as you can see here, GT3 race preparations are winding up here on the grid. So we are not too far away from this. It is our fastest and most competitive cars, capable cars I should say, coming out onto track for TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM racing action here today. Of course, the GT3 cars are very much FIA spec race machines. GTM is a bit of a mixed category, as you guys I'm sure now well know. We've got cars that are well known, like the Ferrari Challenge, the Porsche Cup car, but some very interesting and bespoke race cars like these Toyota Supras here on the screen now, carefully matched up, even somewhat competitive with each other. Well, when Scott's here, he'll be able to pitch into the conversation, but the next of our 60-minute races here this afternoon will be, of course, pit stops, driver changes, a whole bunch of stuff. As a big thing also being compensation times on top of those 80 seconds. Minimum of pit entry. So keep in mind here as well, folks. So it is almost time to get going.
Yeah, that it is, and it's an interesting prospect, this category as well. 5 cars for the GT3s and the GTMs here this weekend means that we've got an interesting sort of battle to talk about. And I can tell you, just having a quick look into the GT3 standings at the moment, is that the championship comes down to the fact that in order to lose the championship, effectively, car number 18 has to DNF. That's the only way that that result changes. So after yesterday's race win for that car, they extended out their margin into the race lead. However, for GTMs, it's just a little bit different. I'll still have to keep working away at the points in the background to give us an accurate picture as we get into this race. But after being the champions, I believe, last season, the Honda NSX, currently piloted by, I believe that'll be their pro driver behind the wheel, it'll be Kansas at Kasiri and PDB on back to. They will start off pole position on board the Honda NSX. And they are in with a very, very good shout of taking home P2. In fact, they are mathematically the worst that they can finish in championship contention is in P2. So it's been a battle all season long between those front 2 cars, and I can tell you Porsche Thailand would love to bring home a championship here out of Thailand Super Series. Supercar, GT3 and GTMs. We've seen the track map a number of times for the Chang International Circuit this weekend. Sector 1, fast and flowing. 2 real kinks make up the sector. 3, 4, 5 and 6 and make up sector number 2. We've got to carry speed. 7, 8, 9 and 10, 11 and 12 make up the complicated sector number 3. 4.5 kilometers, 12 turns. And realistically, it's a lot of straight line speed because you've only got 12 turns covering 4.5 kilometers. Not a lot of on the anchors. And this is where the GT3s really excel, is fast and flowing circuits like this.
Yep, let's have a walk through this grid now as we're getting into the preparations for this race. Kansas Series is going to start the number 12 Senior Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX with Carol Badge on the front row alongside. Lauren Heinrich is out of 3rd place with Carlo Van Dam on the 2nd row alongside. Sandy Stubik 5th place for our GT3 cars. They're all in the Pro-Am class, so there's no subdivisions to worry about. But then in GTM, it'll be Jalen Robotham starting with a Feek on the front row, Sideway Simon Chan on the 2nd row, sharing it with Nata. They're both GTM Pro, also GTM AM class cars. And then it's Nata Pong to himself on the 3rd row. Make it 5 GT3s, 5 GTMs. And as I was just saying, so GT3 is all Pro-Am class cars. We don't have to worry about the subdivisions there. But GTM, we've got the 88 CRE Racing Ford Mustang, the 77 PSC Motorsport Ferrari, and the number 9 Toyota Supra GTM. They are Pro-Am class cars within the GTM class. And then it's a straight fight between Simon Chan and Nana Bude in the number 10 Final Motorsport Porsche and the number 24 Toyota Racing Thailand Supra for GTM AM class honours. Well, here we are, establishing the 2x2 rolling start, and we're going to be in the hands shortly of Qantas Akasiri there on your inside as we come around the final turn. We will wait the 5 lights going out here, and that will be the start of this race. 60 minutes plus a lap here from the Chang International Circuit. Welcome back to the final race of the year, the Supercar GT3 GTM. We are underway.
We are big launch on the run down to turn number 1, and have a look at immediately how the Trans Am car is just able to put the power to the road. Quite even back there in amongst the GTMs, but it's the pro drivers we'll keep an eye on in the GT3s at the moment. Lauren Onrick gets across to the right-hand side of the road, and he wants to defend the run down the straightaways as the Audis trying to put their power around and go the long way round. Honda NSX was talking to a couple of representatives of Porsche at Bathurst a couple of weeks ago, and they said this thing is wound up in a straight line. We're talking about the Honda NSX. You bring that car a touch back to the rest of the field in terms of straight line capability, and the category is actually really, really good to watch and to race right across the board. They said it's just an honour to be out here and be amongst the competitors in Thailand Super Series categories. And he spoke about as well how well the series is thought about right amongst the Asian region. To the inside, a touch from the 786 as they get down into turn number 5. And it'll be Carroll who got into the side of Lauren Henry. He covered it. He didn't think he'd actually go there, but there was just a fraction of a touch. Now he's back into the hands of Carlo Van Dam. Van Dam's going to try and have a cut and an inside run down into turn number 8. Aggression from the GT3s on lap number 1. Have a look at Sandy Stuvik. He's going to try and go the long way around in the Porsche. In the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche at turn 9. On the marbles, on the dirty stuff. Van Dam's going to trade some paint up through 10 and 11. And they're expensive, the most expensive race cars of the weekend. But that don't mean that they cannot trade paint. They can't lean on each other a little bit. And probably one of the more interesting opening laps we've seen in GT3 in a long time.
That was very energetic. And indeed, we haven't seen racing like that for a little while here in the GT3 class, even if there is only the 5 cars on track at the moment. So Carol Bash hangs on ahead of Heinrich. You know, one day we'll maybe get you to say Heinrich rather than Henrik. Scott, I will forever hold that against you, I think. As there you go, that's Piti Birombakti in the pit lane watching Qantas Akasiri. A perfect start, really, from there. And also, you mentioned top speed. I forget if you mentioned the actual speed trap value, but we've just gone through the trap here on lap 2, which is obviously before you hit the brakes for turn 3 at the hairpin. 247 kilometers an hour. The next best top speed was from Heinrich, 243 kilometers an hour. So there is a decent top speed advantage that goes the way of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX here at the Chang International Circuit.
I'll tell you what's actually been a really, really interesting battle in terms of GTM results at the back end of the season as well. I just went and did the points finally. You know, once that first lap battle, trying to just crunch some last minute numbers and make sure I covered it off. 4 points covers the number 77 in the PSC Motorsports Ferrari Challenge car back to Nadavude in the Tour de Gazoo Racing Thailand car. So if Car 24 wins the race in GTM, look out, because that will change hands in terms of that championship. He's been out there for a number of years as Nadavude. He is just an absolute all-star in Thailand racing. And another championship. I believe he won this category actually last year in 2024. Won it in the last race. He went down to the last race. And he pulled it from just about out of nowhere in GTM. And with the shortest pit stop, I think, or one of the shorter pit stops in the field, it is down to the pro driver on board for Rafik at the moment. Jalen Robotham is here. He will look for just raw glory. This series has not been kind to him, and it was so good to finally see him get that result yesterday and the race win in GTM, because that car and the 88 machine has just been punished and punished and punished for its reliability over the last 2 years. He moved out here last year to be in amongst Thailand, adapt to things and potentially take his racing career to the next level, and then unfortunately funding dried up and that was it. He's back home. It was time to think about hanging up the helmet. I had a chat with him earlier on in the year. He was just real down on his luck, and you know, at the same time said, hey, keep the head up. We'll keep seeing what we can do. Racing is just a tough business.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the fact that this is probably the closest I'll ever get to a race car beyond that, visiting a track as a spectator. like, yeah. And even then, like, that's not to take away from you. As I said, like, there are drivers like Jalen who are capable and talented either, through a combination of timing, mechanical issues, and other luck-based elements that aren't purely in your hands. It can all just sort of end a whole lot sooner than it should. Take you away from it in many respects. There's 3 laps complete on the board, and let's take a guess at who the fastest driver around the track is. So you don't even need to, it's there on screen. Indeed, Lauren Heinrich about 2/10 faster than Candice Akasiri at this point here at the start of the race. Now tucked up behind Carol Badge once again. We'll see what round 2 between the Audi and the Porsche looks like once that number 18 gets a wee bit closer to the back bumper of that Audi.
35 minutes gone in terms of racing time as well. 3 laps on the board. Don't forget what a year it's been for this category. A Porsche contact also let me know that there's a lot of cars that are actually looking at this for next year with SRO on board to help them manage the balance of performance, bringing the tyres with them as well, bringing them the reputability of international GT3 racing. If Thailand Super Series, realistically, if it just adds maybe 1 or 2 more tracks to the schedule, this could be a category that there is a lot of interest in 2026 and beyond. And the name SRO, that is one of those big reasons for it. So at the moment, the Thailand Super Series category, and the fact that we're talking about it when I go to race meetings in Australia is that is a very big omen for 2026 and beyond. We were talking about it, at the start of the year, how much SRO meant, and there's been a number of GT3s just come and go, run single car entries, particularly at the Sepang weekends as well. This category into the future, who knows what will happen. I think one of the other interesting factors that I was actually talking to the Porsche contact that I had as well was how they handle making sure that they're appropriately trained and set up for racing events like this. And they go running whenever they go over to Malaysia. The only time of the day that is appropriate for going running and working out outside, 4 a.m. Because after that point, the heat combines with the humidity to just make it a prospect that is just a touch too challenging. So let alone drivers, once they get inside a car, start taking the life out of them. For Botham at the moment, he'll hand over to Craig Corliss for the second half of the race. For the meantime, leading the way in GTM. There's also a lot of work as well for the CRE racing car, Corliss Racing Engineering. It was good to see Craig Corliss back in and amongst Thailand Super Series racing activities. Vudo, what can he do today? Has to win the race. If he wins the race, he'll win the championship. If he finishes second, he must beat car 77 by 2 or more spots. So if he finishes second, the furthest up the field car 77 can finish is 4th, or else the championship belongs to car number 77. That is the prospect for championship standings in this one. So much Chaman Chen again continues to just be awesome. He's finished on the podium all but 1 race this year. How's that for consistency? Sorry, my apologies. After yesterday, 2 races. 2 races from 9. He hasn't finished on the podium in this class.
It's going to be a big ask, I'd say, Scott. Talking championship between Nabude and Fig, because this weekend those Toyota Super GTMs haven't really been super strong in the first half. The second half of the race yesterday, they were a little better, but it was very much between the Botham and a Fig for pace towards the end of the race. So something is going to have to change have to have changed today. Things to turn around there. But then again, as you said, wily old operator, he knows how to steer these cars around. So maybe there's something there that might change in the back half of the race. And even though we're just at the 10-minute mark here, I can already tell you we've had 2 drivers already pick up black and white flag track limits. Simon Sham was the first one within basically less than 10 minutes after the start, a couple minutes ago, picked up black and white flag. He's been joined by Carlo Van Dam in that number 89 Ferrari GT3. So, speaking of up the inside of Sandy Stubik, or actually I think, pardon me, this is Sandy Stubik making an attack on the Ferrari in the outside of turn 3, and he's got the nose ahead on the initial drive out. Drag race at turn 4, inside should prevail here, Scott. Let's watch and see if Van Dam's got a really big pair of brass ones. And he'll hang it around the outside. It's a bit of compromise, bit of give and take from both of them. Turn 5 now. Double left-hander coming up here. Yeah, there you go. Van Dam can't hang it around the outside there. Grip washes away. And the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche will get up into 4th place in the class.
Well, interesting to note as well, I was watching earlier on and I was just noting that there was actually quite a lot of marbles quite close to the racing line at the back end of the Super Touring category just before lunch. It looks like they have cleaned off the track just a little bit. And not as bad as it was earlier on, but there is certainly less grip as soon as you get wide of that racing line, and Van Dam did on the run through turn 5. Meantime, Candice Akasiri trying to run away at the front of things, is still bested by Lauren Heinrich. My apologies, as I will be cursed for saying the name forevermore. They're starting to extract more speed out of that Ferrari. That's the big thing. The Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Oh, a little bit of door banging down at turn 3. As Heinrich goes around the outside on the run. Down at turn 3. That requires bravery. That requires positioning the car in an awkward manner for the 786 Audi, who will be forced to give way when they get to turn number 4. And Heinrich gets the elbows out for AS Motorsports as the Porsche factory driver, shows why they've got him in and a part of this program.
Okay, job done for 2nd place. Now has about a it was a 2.5 second gap at the start of the lap. It'll actually still be about 2.5 second gap. As, okay, we can now add the 18, the 786, and the 12, having all exceeded track limits. So now the only GT3 yet to get the black and white flag is Sandy Stuvik in the 26. That seems inevitable then, that it'll happen. Gentlemen, we are just 13 minutes into the race. And you've already all driven too aggressively and now have to keep within the track limits explicitly to avoid time penalties. Chop, chop.
Can you tell Danny Angman's a sim racing steward, by the way? Wanting people to stay within the lines? It's always the problem as a race controller is convincing the drivers that there are rules and you must comply with them. So,
what is this nonsense?
The data says it's quicker beyond the track limits. I'm sure it is. I am sure it is, racing drivers the world over. Right, what is the Porsche now able to do in terms of its pursuit of the Honda and its X up ahead of it? City Motorsports Thailand. Let's get confirmation of that move from a lap ago. And the replay.
Just scored him to the edge of the curb on entry to turn 4.
Warren says, good luck turning in. I'm down the inside. Tell you what, he is making ground immediately.
Yeah, on this lap, Honda's got the advantage in Sector 1, but in Sector 2, Ron pulls back a 10th of a second, nearly 10.5. Let's have a look here. It'll update in a moment because they cross the line. We'll see what the gap changes to. So 3.3. Okay, it moved maybe an inch. So baby steps. But that's promising that this is going to be a close race. There is still the issue of the fact that the Honda is beating everything in a straight line by at least 3 kilometers an hour. In fact, it just goes and sets a new fastest top speed to turn 3 at 250.6 kilometers an hour. It's now over 5 kilometers, over 5k an hour difference on this particular lap. Now, zooming back out, because you were making some comments there, the fact that you've been a talkative boy to various people apparently around racing paddocks here in Australia. So, you're hearing from here, because I want to come back to that point you mentioned that there's interest in this category and this series.
Yeah.
We don't know yet what the plans are for 2026. That is one of the things we'll probably be waiting a bit of time to find out what happens. I think it's a fair point that this category at the moment is only racing on 3 tracks: Chang, Bang Sen, and Sepang. That if there was a way to add another track or two, to the roster, I can definitely see this that being a big driving field, driving factor for all the teams and cars. I think it's fascinating you say you're hearing this kind of stuff. Yes, we're in the same region, but we're very much, also in some respects, a fairly insular part of the world with our motorsport down here. And until you get into sports car racing, you're often sort of thinking about bigger flyaway adventures, but apparently not.
Well, see, the thing is, when you talk about 8 more, the calendar for the 2025-2026 series is 4 hours of Sepang, 4 hours of Dubai, 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. And that's sort of where they're off to. And then realistically within the region, you've only got really Super GT. So, you know, the fact that we've already got Malaysian team, yeah, GT World Challenge Asia is the other one, yeah.
Which, as you noted, that's an SRO series, which of course in this year with the alignment to SRO, so we're using Pirelli tyres here on the GT cars, and SRO BOP on GT3 and GT4, so that these cars are operating as they would in a major category. Because previously, Hankook tyre was pretty unique, and I believe it was a completely custom BOP being run here in previous years of TSS Supercar GT3 and GT4.
I mean, when you have a look at the roster of categories for GT World Challenge in Asia, Sepang, Mandalika, they were here back in the back end of May as well. That I believe that followed the first round of the TSS category. So they're all looking at it as opportunities to get more racing laps realistically under their belt. And the fact that it's run on SRO spec means that you show up with the same car that you're going to be running in GT World Challenge Asia. Then you go off to Fuji, after that Okayama and Beijing to round out, and that was only a couple of weeks ago over in Beijing as well. So again, if you've got a race car and you've got a race team and you're just looking for, you know, perhaps something didn't go right, or you're just looking for more track time leading into an event, well, again, I think the series and Thailand Super Series are worthwhile lining themselves up. As soon as that GT World Challenge Asia calendar for 2026 coming up, I'd be trying to plan, you know, if you have advanced knowledge of where that finishes, trying to plan racing calendar out to the weekend before, 2 weeks before. Because, you know, you make a trip across as a GT3 team to come and run in Thailand Super Series and you're staying in the area for a whole week. Easy, perfect. That's exactly what the teams want to do. The less travelling that they have to do, they can do a tear down of the car, you know, giving them, you know, 3 or 4 days to really do a tear down, a full inspection of the car and gear it back up again for the next event. Also whilst netting crucial testing times, you know, all the relative bits and pieces that you really want for GT World Challenge Asia. But there is benefit in that and in motorsport at large. And look at the fact that we've had, you know, over the last couple of years, look at the drivers that have been here and been a part of the event as well. So there's interest. There is absolute raw interest. Porsche Cup was Porsche Cup Asia has been a support category for the week for the series multiple times throughout the year, as has Formula 4 as Southeast Asia. So, you know, categories are looking at attaching themselves as a support category for Thailand Super Series.
It makes me wonder, I guess, yeah, what tracks would we would you hypothetically look to add something with TSS if the arrangements could be made? Or think about also that TSS, obviously we're here where TSS is the top billing event, but there is the case of there is one round of the year where TSS goes to support the Malaysian Championship Series as well. So it's a case, and there was a previous year, I didn't get to cover it, but there was a previous year where the GT3 cars got to head to the Singapore Grand Prix weekend for Formula One as a support category 2.
Non-points race that weekend as well, which is that's just cool. You know, the opportunities. But think about, you know, the events as well in terms of language coverage. There's Thai coverage, obviously local coverage, English language coverage, which we're doing here, Chinese and German coverage as well. Are we going to do a trip over to Germany? Probably not. I don't think that's necessarily in the offering. But you have Zhuzhou circuit in China, and also think about Shanghai in China. And there's to, you know, pushing into a Chinese market. Is that something that is potentially in the offering? Maybe. Zhejiang circuit as well, also in Shaoxing in China. There's, you know, and then the Beijing, there's no way that, you know, you would follow GT World Challenge to Beijing Street Circuit. I think that's probably off the cards. But yeah, you know, the ability to combine more track time, and GT racing in Asia is booming, which is really, really cool to see. So, let alone thinking about Pro Gazoo Racing Team Thailand and the success they've had at the Nürburgring over the last couple of years as well in categories. I think the biggest thing is seeing the success of Alex Albon racing in Thailand has taken a huge, huge leap forward.
So therein lies the question. Folks. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. One of the whole things that I'm looking forward to seeing what the calendar is, partly also because of the stuff that we've got back here at home that we're involved in. We're trying to make things work schedule-wise, because hopefully I'm not being too full and saying we're certainly looking forward to continuing working here with TSS as broadcasting the series. You and I have repeatedly said that we are hoping one day we will be at one of these events in person, and most likely be aiming for the Bunsen Grand Prix if we like it can be. Be an in-person visit and workcation. It's probably the way I put it best. So yeah, it's a shame we don't have any confirmation as to where the series is going next year, but by the sounds of it, a whole lot of possibility on the cards. And maybe it's just a case of we're waiting to see what GTWC Asia does, given the closer alignment with SRO, the GT cars this year, and then the plans may be afoot. But back to the racing at hand, because whilst the gaps are somewhat steady at the front of the GT3 field, Jalen Robotham opened up a near 12-second margin to Afik in the PSC Motorsport Ferrari Challenge car. And there's also the fact that Sandy Stubik has joined the Black and White Flag Club, so all the GT3 cars have exceeded track limits to the point of a Black and White flag. Carlo Van Dam's actually just got a final warning from Racing Control in addition to a Black and White flag, so that's bordering on the very naughty comment there from Racing Control. So cars yet to get a Black and White in that case would be the 88. Hasn't got one, nor is the 77. Actually, most of the GTM cars, they're fine. But all the GT3 drivers, they're pushing. And pushing very hard, as we're actually also, in addition to all the racing on track and this talk of gaps, lap times and track limits, we're now just approaching a minute away from the start of the pit window. So we've got to worry about that too.
Times will be coming our way in just a few minutes from the GT3 field. Longest pit stop will go the way of Kansas Cassini. Sorry, my apologies, I've got that wrong. Lauren Onrick, Heinrich, and Vudakorn will have the longest pit stop after race win yesterday with 130 seconds, so 2 minutes and 10 seconds from in to out. 2 minutes and 3 seconds goes the way of Kansas Cassini and PP B1 back after second place yesterday. They'll be 7 seconds quicker through the pit lane. And then Carlo Van Dam and Vorovu Biron Bakti with 2 minutes on the dot. Sandy Stuvik, Hank Kicks, and Carl Bash and Sak Nana will both have 113-second stops, or a minute and 53 seconds. In terms of the GTN cars, 2 minutes and 8 seconds for Jalen Robotham and Craig Corliss. 2 minutes and 3 seconds for Rafiki Yazid and Saravut. Naravude, though, 103 seconds. He is in a red-hot shout. He's effectively 20 seconds quicker through the pit lane as the window does open on this one. And guess what? He is just over 20 seconds behind car 77.
Now, I heard the pit lane siren go off, but maybe that was just an announcement horn, because no one's coming into the pit lane on this particular occasion as we see the 77 PSC Motorsport Ferrari challenge car go by to start their 16th lap of the race. Again, in theory, the drivers that are in the car right now are the fastest drivers for these particular cars. So you would think, odds are they all stay in and try and push out this opening stint.
There is a threat of rain coming from the south, by the way. There is heavy cloud coverage in the air at the moment. But it's patchy at best. Here and gone is sort of what I'm looking at on the radar at the moment. So Simon Chen, courtesy of the fact that he is on his own, and punts the pit lane sign out of the way. We'll come in for a change of front tyres. Of course, no driver swap to be done by car number 10. They will open up the cockpit and try and get him some fresh air in there, though.
Wheel gun took a while there on the front right. Let's see how the left front goes. Nope, we won't get a chance to see how the left front goes, because back to the racetrack you will stare here as first bit of, I think, lapping. Yes, bit of lapping indeed for Kangasaka Series. He'll round up Natapong in number 9, Toyota Supra GTM, and Lauren Heinrich for a moment there having to tighten up his exit to turn 7 a bit more than he'd like, and gets a bit squirrely through 8 for his troubles as well.
So a little bit of pressing on the Pirelli P0s. Down through turn 8. 2 minutes already elapsed for that pit lane window. Means that we are well and truly in the pit stops as they stand. So to pit lane comes car number 9. And the Toyota Gazoo Racing entry will make its pit stop. 113 seconds from in to out. And Natapong, the silver rated driver, will hand on over to Mana Kulapulana as Simon Chen returns to the racing track. Pro driver is expected to go long in this stint of the race. Nice and practiced and rehearsed in terms of the driver swap. Did you note there, Dan, as well, with that steering wheel, they just plucked it off and just set it slightly to the side, but it stayed, didn't pull it all the way off to get the driver in and out.
Yeah, I thought I caught that there out of the side of my eye. I was also looking at a few other things. Back to the race lead-up as we're ticking down the minutes. 6.5 to go. Question of this pit window about it here in this race. Gap for the lead, 3.5 seconds. As you said, though, long pit stop coming up for this Honda NSX, which should set it back by a couple of seconds on Zach in that AAS Motorsport, which has also got a bit of help as well. It's not just purely, in previous years it was AAS Motorsport, but this year is now AAS Motorsport by EBM, and of course, this part of the world, EBM is one of the things that we can't quite call it ours, because is claiming it as ours very appropriate in an Australian way, in that we do like to claim Kiwi triumphs as our own, far too often.
I have no idea what you mean. L-Bender Motorsport is clearly oceanic, and therefore we will celebrate it.
Joint celebration. Yeah, look, that also sticks. If only to rub
the amount
it in the face of a couple of Kiwis.
They get extra support. Who really cares if there's extra fans sitting on the sideline barracking for them? Doesn't matter where it comes from. Jalen Robotham, speaking of Australian drivers, on the run down to turn number 1. I believe it's not necessarily a Trans Am car entered for this weekend as well. I believe this is actually the Mark car.
This is the Mark car, yep. Trans Am will be up next in the GTC category.
That's why I've got them wrong. There you go.
They are both Ford Mustangs, so I'll give you that. No, good to see this Mark II, I think, is the generation of Mark car. And as David Hankins kindly explained to those who haven't seen this kind of race car before, it is a custom space frame design with then stylized body panels to fit the look. In this case, of the Mustang over the top. He believes it's also actually got a Ford V8 Coyote family underneath the bonnet. As the 89 TSS Thailand Ferrari 296 GT3 come in. It's time for Carlo Van Dam to hand over the ball for a bit on Bakhti in that machine. Probably only could come in on this lap or the next lap, so we're about there at the end of the pit window for the whole field. In which case there are only 2 cars at the stop complete, and the 3rd car here with an ongoing pit stop at the start.
Into pit lane. Looks like it's fresh tyres on the rear, potentially on the fronts as well. Here comes Robotham. He'll hand over to Craig Corliss. Nice and accurate for the pit stop as well. They're looking at changing the rear tyres. And the thing about the Mark cars as well, at least in Australia, there's actually quite a number of them still circulating and in operation. And they are largely a part of improved production cars in Australia these days. It's really weird seeing, cars that you regularly see driving down the street with big honking diffusers hanging from the rear end of the car. Quite a lot lower, big splitters and big rear wings attached to them. It's just, you look at it and you stare, and then you look again, and then you look again. It's not even a double take. It is absolutely a triple take the first time you see them at the racetrack. Looks a lot better, I tell you what, the body shell with the Mustang on it. Because you look at that and you go, yeah, that about suits. But when it's something like a Mazda, and you're looking at it and going, that is definitely not the Mazda 3. That's, I used to be the Mazda 3 owner as well, that I drove to the racetrack. It is very different. The only thing is that it's attempted to copy the body shape. Whoa, that's Rory Biron Bakhti lighting the tyres up, getting out of pit lane. So he was keen to get out of there.
That's a bit interesting. They don't actually see cars squirrel all the way out of the pits in these categories all too often. But, well, not that it's a first, it's just not always caught on scene as, there we go, Horrorwood Biron Bakhti getting back up to speed and a bit of temperature into those Pirellis for the Ferrari GT3 car here. 90 seconds left in the pit window. You still have 4 of our GT3 cars and 1 of our GTM drive teams to hit the pit lane. They're coming up to pit entry now. I would surely think this has to be the lap where they all dive in. Afik will dive in, so that checks off their requirements. Now just waiting to see in the background of a shot coming up here, surely everyone else practically piling into the pit lane too. Yep, top 2 GT3 are in the pits. And there they go in the background of shot in the lane.
Yep, so everyone now coming in with less than a minute left in terms of that pit window. A couple of cars on their way in. So quickly, you've got to enter the pit lane before that timer expires. There's a couple of cars on their way.
Everyone's in.
To us. Everyone has now been in for their stop. So we are good in terms of at least getting in. Here is the AAS Motorsports entry. Lauren Heinrich will climb from within the car and hand on over to Vodacon, who will have to try and win it. actually, you know what? You know what was actually really, really interesting here from the Porsche Motorsport representative is actually he said out of the B-Run Bactis, I believe are lawyers by their day job. He said they're some of the nicest guys you will ever bump into. And so if I'm ever going to lose to someone, I kind of don't mind it being those guys as well, because it's just the after race celebrations, everything's just fun. They're just good guys to be around.
Well, that's good to know. As the timer hits 0, the pit window will be declared shut very short. Well, as good as shut.
Pushing
we'll
that car
watch here to
backwards?
see the lead, the run off of the pit lane. Who will be out first?
Do you see the 26 car rolling backwards and like they pushed it back as if it couldn't get around the car ahead of it? I think it might have just been cautionary. I don't think it was necessarily we have to push it back because we're slow out of pit lane because they're still not rolling out of pit lane. But I believe that would have just been to just create a little bit of space. There's no reason to be aggressive here. We've got time. There goes PDB on back to. He'll pull out right in front of Hank Kicks, I believe. Yeah, so they were timed very similarly on that pit stop. No, Hank Kicks might have gotten ahead. Here comes the 77, who's probably going to lead the championship. My apologies, it wasn't. It was the 26, it was the 786 and the Sacknana. This is the only GT3 AM entry this weekend.
Now, all of the GT3s are Pro-Am lineups.
Okay.
As it happens, apparently. So, they're all racing each other directly for class honors. So, yeah, within GTM, we've got a bit of Pro-Am and AM subdivision. Now, the big thing is we'll have to wait for the timing tower to update here at the end of the next lap to really get an idea of where everyone is position-wise. But if Pity Bjorn Bakti now leads the race, he's got Sack Nana on his gearbox for the race to worry about. Then, it looks like Hank Kicks with a short pit stop time. Might have jumped ahead of Heinrich and Futterkorn. And again, they may not have. They may have that information on the track map. Ah, they did. Sorry, the order is as it should be showing on time test. Okay. Bjorn Bakti from Sack Nana, then Futterkorn, then Hank Kicks is your 4, and the 89 of Van Dam and Laurel Bjorn Bakti is a long way behind the scenes on the track.
They're trying to cut their way back through because remember they had a long pit stop after success yesterday as well.
This resumes race leader GTM class as well. Lieutenant Sarahwood. Another one there to watch out for in this closing 22 minutes as well. There we go, gaps are updating now. So it's a 1.3 second margin for the lead in GT3 after the end of the outlap on this driver change. Futterkorn is 10 seconds off the race lead. He's going to have to find a lot of time here in this back half of the race to hunt down the top 2. And Kicks is there with the 6 seconds back in 4th place. And Laurel been back in and down. They've ended up a long way behind. 31 seconds behind the class lead. 14 seconds behind Hank Kicks, the next position car. So they're going to be really hinging on something drastic happening here, let's say, to change the situation in GT3.
Yeah, they're going to be relying on something, unfortunately. It's going to be a really interesting one in terms of Drivers' Championships as well, because Lauren Heinrich unfortunately did actually miss a race. Just due to the fact that he had clashing commitments. The driver that took over was Dorian Bocciolacci, and that was for the most recent round from Sepang. Did a great job for that car. And Bocciolacci came home with 2nd place in a race win from that weekend, assisting Futterkorn in his ascent towards the Thailand Super Series title. So the interesting case whereby Lauren Heinrich is actually going to finish 4th in the championship, whilst his co-driver will win. Is just one of the things that we'll have to deal with this afternoon. So it will be Vodacom who will win the Drivers' Championship, and then effectively, because they're paired together, Piti Birambaki and Candice Kasiri will finish 2nd and 3rd equal, and that is a Porsche aggressively riding over the bumps. The one thing that can deny this car and its current driver that's on board a championship would be to see Car 12 win the race and them not to finish is effectively what's required. 1st or 2nd for Piti Birambaki and Candice Kasiri would be enough should Vodacom not finish the race. And he needs to be he does need to score the points. So moments like that do just concern me a fraction, but obviously, I mean, the other day he's out there, he's driving a race car. Good luck trying to stop him from going fast.
Yep. I think it's one of the questions of how much does the championship matter at the end of the day, I wonder, to a driver team here, thinking about the race result more than the grand championship of you see here, Bolivar back here has rounded up number 9, now has Nanat behind the wheel, and we're going to play off that pass. This is lap traffic at this point. A little twitchy there from the Ferrari through turn 6, sorry. Didn't quite get it grouped up at low to mid speeds there whilst getting that pass done, but thankfully no issues to the course. As they go around the start finish line, they complete lap number 24 for the GT3, 23 for the GTM Supra here. Focus on our shot.
Worthwhile pointing out as well, battle for the championship in GTMs. There's about 11 seconds between them at the moment. Car 77 just needed to finish ahead of Natavudo effectively. So with that in mind, currently barring any difficulties, that will have that one wrapped up. Battle for the race lead could be tight at the back end of this one. I just wonder whether or not Stagnata has had a few issues since getting into the car. The pace was there initially. It's starting to just, I think, ebb and flow away from them. Quickest car on track at the moment is Vodacom.
He is, although 37.8 from Piti Birambaki, lap is just completed. Nearly a whole second faster than Sack Nana, and wait 37.7. So less than a tenth difference between Birambaki and Sack.
Birambaki actually cleared a whole bunch of traffic potentially in that last lap.
Either way, we also have to mind the battle for 4th place in GT3. 10 kicks, unfortunately, is the only driver. To put this into context, 10 kicks is backing at the same pace as Craig Paulus and Sarah in GTM, top 2 GTM cars. So he is likely to be absolutely rounded up by a lot of Birambaki in due course. Given that gap between them is only 8.5 seconds at the line. We still have 16 minutes to go.
It nearly ends up being a little bit of a test session at this point in time, doesn't it? Just with what's left of the season, teams would have had a little bit of a run plan and looked at the points and gone, yeah, that's basically over, so what can we do about this one? Well, we can put some work on for the cars for next season. Craig Corliss at the moment is about to become lap traffic. Here comes Honda NSX to the final corner. And job done for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand and lap traffic. Handled appropriately. How about car 88 for the weekend? After some time away to perhaps work on that chassis, work on the engine, and work on some of the issues that they've had over the last couple of years, there's a very, very positive return to racing The Coolest Racing Engineering 88. Moment, Zach Landa doing what he can. 39-1 on the last time by. Margins starting to be opened up at the moment by PDB on back deep. But again, the car we're monitoring, car number 18. This is the critical one.
And apologies here, folks. It looks like we've had a moment with the connection from the circuit. So we'll just stand by. Let's just come back as I literally turn up the screen there. There we are. Connection restored as we see the 18 Porsche around his way through turns 9, 10, and 11. Pick up the 24 and a due date. That's third in the GT class outright, and also leading the GT AM battle with Simon Chan. So, yeah, apologies, folks. One of the gremlins of streaming this thing over the internet was reliant on a disconnection from the circuit to us, and then back out to you guys online. And well, when the connection goes down between us and the circuit, we're stuck.
So for the moment, going to be car number 24 that we are watching have an absolute crack. Fernando Vude is going to fall just shy of another championship in Thailand Super Series Supercars. The series stalwart. For now, I think Kick's just enjoying getting to drive the Porsche. This car was picked up and there was some noise made at the start of the year about the Audis, because remember, B-Quik Absolute Racing stable had, what, 4 or 5 of the Audis last year in operation? Well, they stopped running off the production line, and all of a sudden you've got to think about where you're going next. Do they perhaps try and pick themselves up a couple of Lamborghini Temerarios? That'd be cool to see a couple of Lamborghinis in Asia. Depends how that car rolls off in the GT3. I would say we're at least 2 years away from seeing them on this side of the world. What does the future hold? We've already seen Ferrari's new offering in the 296. Porsche moved to the 992. BMW's M4 program. We've seen a few of these in this series this year. Working well. The 992. You're Porsche 992 fan, Dan?
Well, I've got a soft spot for it, but I have a general appreciation for many things a race car.
What I heard was, if I don't have to pay for it, it's beautiful.
Well, I don't expect my finances to any time in the future have to involve managing a race car and all the regular expenses that come with its use, as well as the bill that comes due should it end up in an accident. So, yeah, I wouldn't have the foggiest on what we'd have to go into a case of, the car's broken, which car would be most affordable to rebuild? But has been pointed out in the chat, the gap is now quite close between Hank Hicks and Rory Wilson back here. There's also this gap here, which is even closer still, between Sack, Nana, and Sack. So we've got a battle for second in GT3 and a battle for fourth in GT3 to try and hopefully see both parts of in this race, folks. It would appear that there's not a whole lot of a battle at the moment in GTM, so eyes going to be on faster machines here for the next couple of minutes at least, we hope. There you go. It's on.
Go. That didn't take long. Out of the last corner. Kicks is going to be on the outside. Vorovubira back down the inside. Job done. And a little bit of lap traffic just to add to that one.
Eventually, they have that there, the GTM Lexus with some solid legs underneath it. The 24 of Nanabudo. So there's how the job was done. An error from Hank Kicks in defending the position into turn 12 opens the door on the exit for the switch back underneath into turn number 1. Like he's still thereabouts, but lap traffic there to also have to make a meal of it, which means it's happened just in time to check in on Sak, Nana and Vudakorn in for Puvasak, and the battle here has closed up big time. That AAS Porsche and Vudakorn behind the wheel looking a fair bit quicker than Nana. And he looks several times, Scott, into turn 12, trying to bait an error from the Audi driver into the last corner here. We've still got this 9 minutes plus a lap of racing to go. So plenty of time for this one to play out here. Which of these cars is going to come away in second place? It suggests the way it's going that this should be the Porsche that ends up in P2.
Vudakorn's going to try and run this one down. See if he can't complete the overtake on Sak Nana.
Oh.
Run down to turn 3, and the Porsche was not happy when the brakes were applied at the back end of the straight, crawling all over the circuit. Manages to get himself out the other side. But you thought for a few seconds there that might have ended in absolute disaster. And again, not happy, not compliant down at turn 4 either. This will be the problem now, is that's put a little bit of extra heat, a little bit of work through the tyres. In the meantime, Nana's driving that Audi incredibly straight. Not seeing a lot of attitude from the rear of the Audi, but the Porsche closes once more on the run up the hill. Does he have another dive at the final corner? Too far back from there, you would assume. Shows the nose regardless. Is it respected? Yes, it's respected, because deep at the final corner goes Sak Nana and through the Porsche of Vudakorn. Not quite clear when they get to turn number 1. Is he going to move over and just cover the line off? Yes, he will. Narrow approach, though. Audi will have the chance to put the power down out of turn 1. Nicely rotated. We'll chase him down and replay the move. And he had a look across just to see where he was, and then deep at the last corner.
Check in on where are we at with track limits violations. We actually haven't had any now. We haven't had any track limits, black and white flags, or warning messages for the last half an hour. So they all went crazy. And then we've also just hit pause on all of that for a bit. Although I think, yes, they might start coming back out again. Or we may be at the point where it's like, okay, we need to clearly go beyond warnings and final warnings and start pushing out the 5, 6, 10. See if that maybe gets these. Oh, that's a big set of skid marks from Sak Nana through turn 10 on that occasion. Goodness. Wasn't aware that we were going to be seeing GT cars lay down pretty clear strips of rubber in the dry like that, but suggests the rear traction is now very much a problem that B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. And the way that he seems to have lost some of the margin in turn 1 would suggest that's definitely the case.
Sak Nana, what can he bring back to the table? Because he's got to be aware that that Porsche was not compliant. at certain points throughout. So if you can just keep close, keep a little bit of pressure on Vudakorn, anything could still yet happen. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left on the season. The championship all back wrapped up for car number 18. Course Racing Engineering 88 looking extremely positive in its current lead in GTMs as well, which will be 2 race wins from 2 races this weekend. And we'll look to steal some of the limelight away from the Ferrari that's on board at the moment. PC Motorsports have done a phenomenal job this year. Put that car in position to win a championship. It will be followed closely at the moment by car 89, the second of the Ferraris in the race. One coming from primary class in GT3.
Here with Simon Chan in this Porsche 992 Cup car. Flying Monkey Motorsport. Now GTM cars are pretty much all on islands of their own. Their pace between them is all somewhat stabilised within a matter of tenths. The gaps are up and around 10 seconds between each of the cars in the class. So this is looking like a P4 finish for Simon. And
That's what pointing out as well, Dan, actually.
For now.
I just thought about it. With 33 laps into this race, because Vudakorn's done now, we've got 3 minutes left. I think that's championship done, because he's past 75% race distance.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's a... Yeah, I don't... Even if the car was to retire now, I think it's still classified despite finishing the race. But I need to try and find out for sure on that fact, if that was to be the situation that came to as in behind here, Simon Chan, and that little Palanop, I believe it is, driving the number 9 Toyota Supra GTM machine to Thailand. These GTM cars all lapping in the 141s and the 142s now. Hank Kicks has found some speed and confidence. He's now down in the 139s. Fortunately for him, he is still the slowest of the GT3 drivers. Current cars. But the margin is less. So, good at that, but he's still 4 seconds behind. So, like, he's there if something happens to develop back in the Ferrari. Such a thing as considering. Right, race leader enters turn 5, sorry, I can count, unless you're a Chang. We think he's getting around to the line. No, probably not. So it's this lap that he's currently on, then he'll start lap 36. That will be the penultimate lap of the race, because don't forget, the clock must reach 0 before the last lap board is displayed. So, with him coming around here now for turns 10 and 11, the 1 minute 30 to go, that means the next time that he's gone back across the start finish line, he'll be at the clock will be back at 0. So this, folks, is the start of the penultimate lap here for TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM. 9 kilometres of racing for the season left here on the track.
The moment, that is your margin for your race win in the final race of the season for GT3. Not the final race of the weekend either. Because coming after this one, we have our GT4 GTC category. And then to finish the day off, Thailand Super Pickup. So still time to go to the end of the day. And they'll try and get what they can out of this one. For car 786, they've done a phenomenal job. We're only a couple seconds down the road. They've kept themselves close and in contention, and they'll come away with an overall podium. Points has been an MM combination behind the steering wheel of 786. Not so this weekend. Change up in the driving in combination behind that car. It has worked for them this weekend. Clock has reached 0-2 down. Here we go. This will be the final lap, as you call it.
There we are. Time up on the clock. That does mean the final lap is here to begin. So, with just 4.5 kilometers left in the season now for Piti Bhirombhakdi, even less than that by the time he gets to turn number 1, it's very much a victory lap for him. But Vudakorn in for Bubasak, it's possibly even more the sweeter here today. Whilst Lauren Heinrich won't get to share in the Drivers' Championship honours after the fact that he wasn't able to make race number 7 of the season, which would have been the second weekend in Sepang, clashing with elsewhere. He is going to get the chance here to partners there with the final lap graphic coming up, but so just one driver who stands atop the championship boards in this year is Craig Corliss. Also now getting the final lap for our GTM class cars, and he's looking comfortable as well. There's 16 seconds last time around. Gap back to Sarah Wood in the PSC Motorsport Ferrari Challenge. Whilst we watch Craig here head down to turn 3, Piti Bhirombhakdi is already heading up to and coming through turns 9, 10 and 11. That's how fast spread out this field has been. 10 cars actually doing a reasonable job of spreading out and filling their own little piece of Chang International Circuit, Scott.
Yep, for the moment, car number 12 will get to enjoy the celebration all its own. Final turn, final lap. They'll take race win. The last race win of the season in race number 10. It'll be P2 in the championship. Now we'll watch and we'll wait for AAS Motorsports by EBM. And for Vudakorn in 2025, he's a champion.
Makes it just their, pardon me, their results here. We've only had a screenshot up to race 7 because that's all we have points for. But yeah, with only one retirement from the Bungston Grand Prix weekend. Otherwise, the fact it's been a back and forth journey between Vudakorn and Bubasak and Lauren Heinrich versus Piti Bhirombhakdi and N7 Series first and second as an exchange all the way through the season. The only exception was race 2 of the Bungston Grand Prix. Akash Nandi and Dengi able to steal the win away as our GT3 field, rounded out by Hank Hicks, who actually, pardon me, missed. Craig Corliss coming through for the GTM class. We're going to make it 2 from 2 for CRE Racing. But for the GTM title battle, Sarah Vutinafik should have secured that one there quite comfortably. Secure it by virtue of coming home with another win today. Now the Rude will have to settle for 3rd in the championship, but once again, solo driver, rated as an AM class driver as well, versus the Pro-Am lineups of all the other cars in the GTM, with the exception of Simon Chan. It's been a good run from the gentleman in the Super GTM spec entry, but back with your race winner. And I mean, yeah, the fact that they're only going to fall a tiny bit short this season, mostly because of a rough race 2 at Sepang where they dropped back to a P5 finish and only secured 10 points. Actually incredibly telling that one result there, I believe, Scott, was enough to just put them out of touch with the with Vudakorn championship points, which is wild considering Vudakorn has a DNF next to his name.
Yeah, but have a look at the number of race wins from that car this this season, I think is the big thing. Confirmation, Kennesack Kasiri and Piti Birumbakti take the race win from Lauren Heinrich and Vudikorn. Fastest race lap from car number 18 as well. They get the job done in new GT3s. And Vudikorn is a champion in Thailand. What about that for a season from our top flight class as well, Dan? It's been awesome to see these guys just go at it all season long. For car 18, they are celebrating this weekend. But for everyone, again, as usual, motorsport's the winner. Motorsport is the winner.
And also
Let's
consider
step
the
back
fact.
and take it.
Oh,
Go ahead.
pardon me. I was going to say, also consider the fact that this also means that it's far and away a Porsche Sprint Trophy Thailand victory for Vudikorn and Lauren Heinrich as well here in the GT3 category. I mean, when it is a race between, it was a race between him and the Sandy Stuvik Henk Kicks lineup, which, with the exception of retiring from second race at Bang Sen, they have comfortably come out in front on that battle.
All right, for a few moments here, ladies and gentlemen, we'll step back and let the interviews from down in pit lane take control.
Hello, ท่านผู้ชมครับสิ้นสุดลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขัน TSS The Super Series by B-Quik นะครับซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับสำหรับทั้ง2รุ่นกับ Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM ทั้ง2รุ่นนี้วันนี้ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีนะครับสำหรับอันดับ3นะครับกับพี่กิกกี้ศักดิ์นานาและ Carol Bart ครับ Congratulations ครับพี่ครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
ว้าว1 ชั่วโมง 60 minutes แล้วก็หนึ่งรอบเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่กิกกี้
ก็เหนื่อยดีนะครับสนุกดีครับเหนื่อยดีสนุกดีครับ
เมื่อกี้แอบถามคุณโจนะบอกว่าปีหน้าเนี่ยพี่จะมา full race ไหมแต่เขาบอกว่าไม่แน่ใจว่าอาจจะต้องไปต่างประเทศด้วยแต่ในความรู้สึกเราเนี่ยคือเราก็อยากเห็นพี่เนี่ยเข้ามาอยู่ในสนามแบบเต็มเลย
ครับเดี๋ยวดูว่าอันไหนไม่ชนกับเยอรมันจะมาให้หมดเลยครับ
ครับซึ่งต้องบอกว่าอยากให้พี่กี้ recap ในตลอดที่ผ่านมาในต้นฤดูกาลจนถึงวันนี้เลยครับ
ก็สนุกมากๆนะครับเพราะว่าที่นี่แบบเหมือนบ้านนะครับแล้วก็นักแข่งส่วนใหญ่ก็เป็นพี่น้องกันรู้จักกันมา30 ปีทุกคนก็น่ารักมากแล้วก็ที่นี่เวลคัมผมดีมากเลยขอบคุณทุกคนครับ
ครับอยากให้ Carol how do you feel
I feel very good
yes congratulations for third so talk about all season here
yeah so basically the season was really good I enjoy a lot of time good with Kiki here in Thailand so yeah we make proper job as well this weekend we delivered the car on the podium again so this is good results for us and let's see if we can see you next year
well hope so at least you're going to be able to win the full race in the next year
we don't know still we are working on that
okay พี่กี้ครับอยากให้ถึงฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ขอบพระคุณทุกๆคนนะครับที่ซัพพอร์ตหรือไม่ซัพพอร์ตหรืออะไรก็ตามนะครับขอบพระคุณทุกๆคนครับและอยากจะกลับมาแข่งที่นี่ใหม่ครับ
ครับ okay and you comment to Thai fans who supporting you here
sorry
leave a comment to Thai fans who supporting you
thank you everyone from Thailand to support us with Kiki we make amazing job and see you soon ciao ciao
congratulations ครับพี่กี้ครับขอบคุณครับไปต่อกันเลยนะครับท่านผู้ชมครับอันดับที่2นะครับเป็นของ AAS Motorsport สวัสดีครับพีเตอร์ครับรอลินครับโอเคครับสวัสดีครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับอันดับที่2นะครับเป็นไงบ้างครับ
ก็พยายามเต็มที่แล้วฮะลอรินก็ตอนแรก มีไฟนิดหน่อยก็แอบเสียวว่าจะจบไม่จบแต่ว่าเขาก็ได้แข่งขันอย่างเป็นโปรเฟชชั่นอลนะ
จริงๆเห็นเลย
แล้วก็ลอรินซึ่งออกมาค่อนข้างดีมากแต่เรามีไอ้ success penalty ที่มีมากกว่าคนอื่นอยู่หน่อยเพราะฉะนั้นตอนออกมาเราก็จะต้องไปอยู่ที่หลังก็พยายามเต็มที่แหละครับไม่มีทางเลยวันนี้โอ้โห Honda สมบูรณ์แล้วก็ไล่ไม่ขึ้นจริงๆ
ครับพีเตอร์ครับขออนุญาตให้รอเรนพูดหน่อยครับ Congratulations how do you feel for this race
Yeah, I feel great. Obviously, really happy. Most importantly for Wutikon to win the championship, which was the goal always to come here. And in the end today, we had a much easier job, I would say, than yesterday because we knew, thanks to this great race yesterday, we were in a good position that we just can take it a bit easier, and we just had to finish the race to score the title. That's what we did, but obviously we still want to score a great result for this race, which we still managed to do.
Right, okay. Say thank you for supporting.
Yeah, thank you for supporting. Thanks for all the support the whole year, and hope to count on you also the next seasons and years.
Thank you พีเตอร์ครับปิดท้ายนะครับช่วย
ครับก็ขอขอบคุณแฟนๆขอบคุณผู้ติดตามชมรายการ TSS นะฮะก็เป็นรายการที่ยิ่งเขาเรียกว่าอะไร competitive ขึ้นไปทุกวันนะฮะก็ฝากติดตามชมทีม AS ติดตามชม TSS นะครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับกับ AS Motorsport นะครับวุฒิกรอินทรภูศักดิ์และโรลินไฮริสส่วนอันดับหนึ่งในสนามนี้นะครับเป็นของสิงห์ Motorsport ทีม Thailand ครับเป็นอย่างไรกันบ้างครับหายเหนื่อยแล้วนะครับพี่ต๊อด
ก็ดีครับก็อย่างที่บอกเป็นไปตามแผนนะครับก็เรามียางใหม่ทั้ง2เซตก็วันนี้ก็ถือว่าทั้งแบงค์และผมยืนเวลาได้ตามที่เราคาดการเอาไว้
ครับโอ้โหมันก็เป็นสัญญาณที่ดีใน next race ในปีหน้านะพี่ในเรื่องของการวางแผน
ครับผมว่ามันปีนี้เราก็พลาดเล็กๆน้อยๆไปตั้งแต่ที่บางแสน
ครับ
แล้วก็ที่มาเลเซียก็ถือว่าทำให้คะแนนที่มีส่วนต่างค่อนข้างเยอะจนตอนมา Final Race แล้วก็เมื่อวานก็มีข้อผิดพลาดอยู่เช่นเดิมนะครับก็เลยทำให้ไล่คะแนนแชมป์ประเทศไทยไม่ทัน
ครับไม่เป็นไรครับขอแบงค์ครับพุทธ
ครับผมก็สำหรับวันนี้ก็โชคดีตอนที่เราออกสตาร์ทไปก็อันดับ2กับอันดับ3เขากำลังต่อสู้แย่งตำแหน่งกันนะครับแล้วก็ทำให้เราได้มีช่วงแกปที่เราได้ทำเวลาใช่ผมก็แบงค์กับพี่ตอนแล้วก็ทั้งทีมงานทุกคนก็ทำผลงานกันเต็มที่ทุกคนนะครับก็อยากจะขอบคุณทุกคนแล้วก็ทางทีมช่างทีมงานแล้วก็พิทางทีวี2ด้วยครับผม
ถือว่าวันนี้เป็นที่น่าพอใจสำหรับทีมด้วยนะครับแบงค์ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับ
ครับก็อยากจะให้เป็นกำลังใจให้ทีมสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ทีวี2ด้วยครับทุกคนที่ลงในรุ่นไทยแลนด์ทัวริงแล้วก็คันของทางพี่จ๊ะด้วยนะครับผมเป็นกำลังใจด้วยครับ
ใช่ครับพี่ต้อยครับปิดท้ายนะครับ
ครับก็แน่นอนครับฝากติดตามนะครับ TSS นะครับในการแข่งขัน GT3 นะครับผมว่าปีหน้าน่าจะมีรถเยอะกว่านี้นะครับจะได้สนุกสนานกันเต็มที่นะครับก็ขอบคุณนะครับที่ส่งกำลังใจแล้วก็เชียร์สิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์และทีม2แล้วรวมถึงผมกับแบงค์นะครับก็สนามหน้าปีหน้านะครับก็ว่ากันใหม่นะครับผม
ครับขอบพระคุณครับสำหรับความดีอีกครั้งครับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับโดยปิติพิรมภักดีและกันทศักดิ์กุศศิริพี่ตอดและแบงค์นะครับมาทางนี้ครับท่านผู้ชมครับไปต่อกันอีกรุ่นหนึ่งครับสำหรับรุ่นไทยแลนด์ซูเปอร์คาร์ GTM นะครับอันดับ3นะครับเป็นของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand โดยพี่วัวณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับพี่วัวครับสวัสดีครับเรียนเชิญครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่วัวครับ
ก็วันนี้รู้สึกจะร้อนกว่าเมื่อวานนะครับก็รู้สึกว่าอุณหภูมิแทร็กเนี่ยมันร้อนเพราะนั้นเนี่ยเวลามันก็จะดรอปลงแต่ว่าการขับก็เป็นไปตามแผนนะครับแล้วก็ช่างเองนี่ก็ทำรถเหมือนเมื่อวานเลยนะครับเพราะนั้นเราก็ทำเวลาได้ค่อนข้างคงที่ก็ถือว่าดีครับ
ปีหน้าเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่วัวครับ
ปีหน้ายังไม่รู้เลยครับเพราะว่าต้องขึ้นอยู่กับทางพี่อัดครับว่าจะแพลนยังไงเพราะเนื่องจากว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเราเองเราก็ต้องกลับมาแก้ไขปัญหาที่มันมีอยู่นะครับแล้วก็ต้องดูเรื่องกฎกติกาด้วยนะครับว่าทาง TSS จะมีการปรับเปลี่ยนกฎอะไรหรือเปล่า
นะครับก็ต้องดูกันอีกทีหนึ่ง
ใช่ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นปีนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นที่น่าพอใจสำหรับผลงาน
ครับดีครับก็ถือว่าได้ผลงานที่ดีมากนะเพราะเราก็เหนื่อยมานะครับ5 ราวนะครับ10 เรสด้วยกันโอ้โหต่อสู้ดูเดือดทีเดียว
ครับพี่วัวครับปิดท้ายฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับก็ปีนี้จบลงแล้วนะครับก็มีผลงานดีๆมาฝากแฟนๆนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณนะครับแฟนๆของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับปีหน้าเชียร์กันต่อนะครับเราก็พยายามที่จะทำผลงานให้ดีที่สุดครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับพี่วัวครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับโดยพี่วัวณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะนะครับอันดับที่2ในเรสนี้ครับเป็นของพี่ซีมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับพี่กี้ครับเรียนเชิญเลยครับสวัสดีครับcongratulation เลยครับจะเรียนเชิญครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ recap okay congratulations for today how do you feel to this race
yeah we are so happy I'm so happy. I would like to thank to the team manager, to the mechanic, to the engineer for their hard works for this weekend.
Yes.
And for my teammate today, he drive like super good. I think one of the best race he drove. So yeah, we won the championship. So we worked so hard. we missed the first round because of the car couldn't arrive on time. And then we raced on the second round in Bang Sen. We won both races in Bang Sen and we did very good in Sepang and come here. We did very good. I'm so happy.
Yes.
Yeah, just thanks to the team.
โอเคพี่กี้ครับ
Thank you
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับรู้สึก
รู้สึกดีมากครับ วันนี้ตั้งใจมากๆ
ครับ ก็จะเห็นได้ว่ามันไม่ได้เหมือนเป็นฝันที่เป็นจริงนะมันเป็นสิ่งที่เราต้องเรียกได้ว่าเราไม่เคยยอมแพ้ never give up จริงๆ แล้วก็สิ่งที่มันมาในวันนี้มันเป็นสิ่งที่พิสูจน์ให้เราเห็นว่าเราประสบความสำเร็จแล้ว
ครับ
ครับ
ตื่นตันครับพูดไม่ออก
ครับ
ก็อยากขอบคุณครอบครัว
ครับ
ครับเพื่อนๆแล้วก็ทีม
ครับ
ทุกคนที่มาซัพพอร์ตและเป็นกำลังใจแล้วก็แฟนๆนะครับ
ครับ
ครับก็รู้สึกดีมากๆเดี๋ยววันที่รับรางวัลจะชวนคุณพ่อคุณแม่ครอบครัวมา
โอ้โห
ครับนี่แข่งมา10 ปีก็เพิ่งได้ครั้งแรก
ครับนี่แหละฮะต้องบอกว่าประเทศไทยมีอีกหนึ่งแชมป์นั่นคือพี่ด้วยนะครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
แสดงความยินดีด้วยครับขอแสดงความยินดีครับขอบพระคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
สวัสดีครับ
กี้สราวุธเสรีธนรกุลนะครับและอาฟิกยาซิดครับอันดับหนึ่งนะครับ finally Sierra Cake Korea and Chilean report time congratulations for today wow how do you feel
Well, this weekend is incredible. To come here, 2 podiums, two poles, 2 race wins, just unbelievable. You know, what a wonderful weekend. Great drive by Jalen. Great teamwork. Got to thank my team. They've done such a wonderful job. Get the car perfect. Yeah, we just thoroughly enjoyed racing it. The car is so good to drive. Fantastic.
yes and hopefully for the next year you're going to be to come to the full race all year
Yeah, we're planning now for next year. I mean, I couldn't race this year, but we're back. And we're back with strength, and we look forward to next year, for sure.
yes and you Chilean how do you feel
Yeah, good. What a way to come back. You know, cricket's in both practices, qualifying and winning both races. Can't ask for much more. So yeah, thanks to Craig. He drove awesome all weekend and getting better every session. So yeah, thank you to the team. Pit stops were great. Working on the car all weekend. And thanks to all the supporters for coming out. And
thanks Thai fan who's supporting you too
fans. Yeah, it's been good. So hopefully we can do it again next year.
yes
We have a lot of Thai fans. They follow our car. They follow Jalen and I.
Yeah.
So big thanks to all the Thai fans out there. We love you and we really appreciate your support. So keep it up and we look forward to next year. Thank you, everybody.
yeah thank you congratulations เอาละครับก็จบลงไปแล้วครับสำหรับ2รุ่นนี้คือ Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM ครับรุ่นต่อไปจะเป็นอะไรติดตามกันให้ดีครับกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Well, as you can see there, folks, already getting onto the grid for our very next race as the highlights will roll now from TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM. And yeah, whilst it's a small field, it certainly provided plenty of pint-sized action during the race here, as you can see straight off the bat. Lap 1, probably one of the feistiest moments we've had on the calendar in a little while, with Lauren Heinrich versus Carol Baj, and then it ended up being Carlo Van Dam versus Sandy Stubik for some of the minor placings, and then able to get back past was Heinrich into second place, but by that point it was a bit of a runaway lead for the Single Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX with Candice Akasiri and Piti Bironbaki behind the wheel. So no issues before the pit stops, and really by the time I got to the pit window, nothing too crazy there to worry about as well, with the exception of maybe a little something there in the moment as the drivers were getting their changes done. A couple of fresh Pirellis going on as well, but he got in and out of the pit window without too much concern there. And Vodacom, he wasn't one for slowing down, but the gap really didn't fade or shrink up the front. PC Bironbaki doing an excellent job there. Round 2 of the battle between AAS Motorsport and P-Quik Absolute Racing ran anew, with Vodacom having to chase down Sak Nana for second place once more. But Piti Bironbaki finishing the job that Candice Akasiri started very nicely indeed. And that was the end of your race win there. Of course, shout out to Craig Corliss, Jalen Robotham for winning in GTM ahead of Safik and Sarah Vaught and Afik, apologies, in PSC Ferrari. And that is going to conclude the racing action here. Going to take a very short break, folks, before we get going for TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC for their final race and our final 60-minute race of the weekend here at Chang. Stick with us, whether you're with us at TSS or speedcafe.com, as we've got still another hour and a half thereabouts of racing to come here today from Chang.
ผู้ชมครับยังอยู่กับรายการ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik นะครับซึ่งแน่นอนว่ารุ่นที่เราจะแข่งในสนามเนี่ยนะครับก็จะมี2รุ่นในการคือ Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GT4 รุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี่คือรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับแน่นอนว่าเดเมียนแฮมิลตันจะเป็นคนแรกที่ทำเวลาควอลิฟายได้ที่สุดแล้วรองมาจะเป็น Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand วันนี้เดี๋ยวไปคุยกับเดเมียนกันก่อนนะครับว่าเป็นอย่างไรบ้างสำหรับสนามสุดท้ายแล้วนะครับสนามสุดท้ายต้องบอกว่าการขับเคลื่อนมาดีแล้วก็เห็นพัฒนาการของเดเมียนเนี่ยตั้งแต่ต้นฤดูกาลมาจนถึงวันนี้เนี่ยพูดถึงเวลาควอลิฟายถือว่าดีมาก Hello Damien how are you today
I'm good how are you
Yeah this is the last race in the season how do you prepare for this race
We're just trying to make sure we can check every nut check every bolt be ready make sure we can do the best prep we can and put on a good show for people
Wow all check all check Okay so what do you feel for the first race to such race
Yeah I was really happy with the first race it was great to be able to have that three-way tussle we were having right through to the pit stop cycle so it was a really good race a lot of fun some good clean racing and hopefully we can do some more today
We have to looking forward for you you just increase the performance and until to the end race and the timing so faster and you have the strategic more strategic you're gonna be to come to the win all many race you know
That's the plan. I can only try and be as consistent as precise as I can and just keep on trying to improve.
Yeah, so talk about the Thai fans for next race, next year.
To the Thai fans, thank you for your support. Thank you for attending and watching online and watching through the various channels. Hopefully we can put on a great show for you today. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Okay. ไปต่อกันครับวันนี้เรามีเวลาอยากจะให้อยู่กับกล้านะครับมันมาคุยกันหน่อยครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็โอเคครับก็เดี๋ยวก็จะพยายามไล่ให้เต็มที่
ครับโอ้กล้าครับปิดท้ายหน่อยครับในเรื่องของการแข่งขันในเรสนี้สนามสุดท้ายแล้วครับ
ครับก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ก้าในโคโรล่าอาร์ติส GTC ด้วยนะครับในรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTC สนามสุดท้ายแล้วมาลุ้นกัน
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆก็คือว่าขอให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ขอให้อยู่ในโพเดียมนะครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับขอบพระคุณครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับเอาละฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะ1 ชั่วโมงเต็มๆนะครับอีก1 รอบนะครับกับ Toyota กับ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik ทั้งรุ่นนี้ Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GT4 ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีครับ
Thank you everyone for sticking with us during the break. If you have done so, just 2 races left here today at the Chang International Circuit, and after 60 minutes with TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM, 60 more minutes coming up here, this time though with Supercar GT4 and GTC. And well, do we have a bit of a championship story to talk about a little bit here today as well, but we'll get to that in a little bit, because the situation needs a little bit of discussion. Formation lap. So there you go, a little bit of footage there with the podium celebrations from our GT3 field, but that'll be ongoing here during the start of this race. What we do need to also talk about is the fact that we had to say goodbye to Scott Rankin, and rejoined by David Haynes, who, if you joined us for yesterday's coverage or Friday evening's coverage, certainly will remember him speaking with Reese Gardner. I'll stay on the microphone with David for this one here to the end of the day. Thank you, David, for joining us once again to continue our coverage. Race 10 for GT4 this year, race 8 for GTC this year, and look forward to another good bit of racing here again as we get another chance to have a look over at the Chang International Circuit from the air.
Yeah, it's been a great racetrack to be at as far as the challenge that every single corner presents. Fast turn 1 has had its runoff used on many, many occasions, and then you've got that long straight towards the hairpin turn 3. Turn 4 is fast, but not completely flat out. And then the next series of corners are all about car placement, and it's all about the grid now, Dan.
Yep, it is indeed. So Kennedy Kasiri versus Hayden Heikel for the front row on this second race of the weekend for these cars. Romain Leroux will start with Mitchell to his outside. Satherpond and Nanin on row number 3. Tenapatra and Tuapon on the 4th row. And your 9th and final driver in GT4 is going to be Sutapong, starting off with the 5th row by himself today. We'll then leave a small gap back to the GTC cars, which of course again is this weekend a 2-car field in the form of Damien Hamilton, who's going to be on pole position for that class, and Chris starting alongside him, sharing a car of pole. Now, we have had a couple of races be championship deciders going all the way to the end of things today, and I can say, David, the good news is there is a bit of championship discussions that we'll need to have during this race. A quick refresher though on the race format. Here it is on the screen for those of you who haven't seen our coverage so far this weekend.
60 minutes plus 1 lap, a compulsory pit stop window in the middle 10 minutes of the race. Terms and conditions apply. Ask your safety car if compulsory pit stop is right for you, depending on if that gets interrupted or not. And there are some subtle differences to the minimum pit lane time based on category, driver categorization, success, etc.
And the other big one being that yesterday we had the other half of the field starting the race. Today, based on the qualifying results from Q2 in yesterday morning session, the faster rated drivers start in the cars today for this one here. So we're going to bring it around the final corner and then wait on the 5 lights to go out at the gantry, and then it will be in the hands of Kennedy Kasiri to get us underway here. The final race of the year for TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC. The lights are out. It's time to go racing.
Black Supra has shot out of the gates like an absolute quick thing, challenging for the race lead already. Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Chi not holding back whatsoever. No one's afraid of the runoff of turn 1 either. Turn 3 is going to be the action zone once again.
It always is here, with track limits being optional lap on turn 1, it seems. Well, they're optional, it seems, in a whole lot of spots, based on the way that the track warnings come ticking on in. As the exit of turn 3, my goodness, that was ambitious, but Mitchell Chiaminji is going to absolutely pressure here for the race lead. This is also a championship battle here between the number 1 and the 39 machines as they'll swing through turn number 4. And now it's Kasiri's turn to be off the road in the runoff at the approach to turn 5, but he'll gather it up in time. He'll actually maybe use a fraction of runoff there between 5 and 6. And we are apparently going 110% from the very drop of the lights here, David. No holds barred between our top 2, and let alone the rest of the drivers here such as Hayden Heikel, Roman LaRue going at it for third place in the Toyota versus Aston.
Yesterday, by a puncture or a tyre going down, LaRue was kind of robbed of the opportunity to really battle wheel to wheel and show what kind of pace he and the Aston Martin have got. Now being the starting driver here, it's elbows out in the battle potentially for a podium. And he has his rivals defending many of the battles in that tight final corner, battling side by side.
First lap complete, and it's generally speaking single file by the time they get to turn 1. And rather than issue black and white flags, they've gone for the bit more generous reminder. You must respect the track limits. Oh my goodness, LaRue tries to push Hayden Heikel to the grass at the fastest point of the circuit, and he refuses to back down and instead will take the position away through turn 3. Gentlemen, it's a 1-hour race. Apparently, they seem to be thinking we're racing in the sprint style because they're not leaving anything here, and we're on lap 2. Not even at the end of it.
Hayden Heikel's motto there is, I'll lift up the grass before I lift up the throttle. I'm heading for the inside. Romain LaRue will dive back in towards turn 5, but that is way, way too deep. Hayden Heikel saw it coming, crosses back over under. 10 points for aggression and determination. 3 points for measuring accurately.
Let's see a replay over here from the front-on shot at turn 5, and for a moment there, he almost completely drove through the rear bumper of the Racing Aurora Toyota Supra, which, as you heard from Daniel Bilski and Hayden Heikel both in their interview after yesterday's race, the third different model of car they've used this season. After starting in a Mercedes GT4, then switching to a Porsche Cayman last time out at Sepang. As Cantizzi tries to get up alongside Mitchell into the final corner and gets back in line to not get stuck on the high side, but just 2 laps into this race, and we are absolutely throwing hands here in Supercar GT4. This is wild. This is the top battle. This is the battle for the championship right here between these 2 cars as well. Prior to this weekend, Lakib Aslan and Mitchell Chiaminji led by 4 points. Of course, when you factor in the result from yesterday, that Kimmich and Cantizzi took the race win over Nakib and Mitchell, it swung back the other way. So the number 1 Porsche leads by 4 points going into this final race. So with the way that they are trading first and second place back and forth, that will mean that whoever wins the race wins the championship. If we start talking minor placings, that's when possibly there'll be a tighter battle on our hands for that one there, David, when it comes to the top of the championship here.
Yeah, so if that happens, we'll bring out the slide rule and the abacus, but in the meantime, it's looking a little bit winner takes all. We need to worry about the 36 and the 7 behind them. Romain LaRue had a monster of a slipstream down towards turn 3 this time, set a new speed trap record at 232.8 kilometers an hour. Seen that his battle with Hayden Heikel in that Supra is not done yet. 3rd car in 3 rounds, effectively, for that crew. Adaptability has been the name of the game for them. And this Supra from Mitchell Chiaminji from 4th on the grid to leading the race in the course of just 2 laps.
Battling, yeah, it's wild. Like, I know these guys are here racing for every single spot they can get their hands on, but it really feels like that we're not exactly looking to preserve our race necessarily off this start. There's a headlight flashing going on there, and we are barely 5 minutes into the race, and our first black and white flag has come from the stewards. And it's been decided that the reminder message clearly didn't get through to Romain LaRue, David, because he's now issued that car a black and white flag. Although notably, it's for driving standards, not explicitly exceeding track limits.
Well, for the dive bomb or for forcing Hayden Heikkal into the grass at turn 2, which is the kink between turn 1 and the turn 3 hairpin, you got to imagine it was that. It's like, hey, you were probably meant to leave your rival a car width there before you forced them or encouraged them to dip some tyres in the grass, which Hayden Heikkal didn't seem afraid of doing at over 200 k's an hour. And now his Supra has taken a little bit longer to fire up, but as it has, he's now challenging for second place. He's taken the fastest lap of the race in that white and grey 36 Supra, and he's all over Kennedy Kasiri right now through this twisty middle sector.
Yep. Oh, you see one of the Caymans just bouncing off the rev limiter there, I believe.
And they like to rev, and they make a good noise when they do it.
Yep. Got ourselves, 3 Porsche Cayman GT4s in this field. Of course, the 2 AAS Motorsport entries, number 1 and the number 99, which is first and 7th at the moment, and they're currently sort of almost perfectly split by that number 32 entry from B-Quik Absolute Racing. As it's Heikkal's turn to use the track limits and the runoff into the seat segments at turn 1. Try and maintain the position ahead of Roman. Your top 4 cannot be split at this edge. Heikkal looks aggressive, but is it also defensive perhaps? Because LaRue looking for the inside as well at turn 3. Who moved first, or can they claim they moved at exactly the same time? So it's not blocking, David, it's just a bit of hard racing.
Well, a little bit of a warning given to LaRue already in this race. Maybe it's time for Hayden Heikkal to get one as well. Flat out, turn 4. LaRue's going to look to the inside line again here, surely. And I think Heikkal half covers it, which is all it took to dissuade him this time after the last attempt was unsuccessful at a turn 5 dive bomb.
Patience apparently is something we'll learn very gradually here in this category today. It seems like it's slowly trickling its way in here. So, maybe miracles do occur. We also need to obviously keep in mind that this is not the only battle on track. You can see we've got Sathapon and Nanin for 5th and 6th place there, right together as well on the circuit. From there though, Hannah Patches on his own in the number 99, it looks like. Bond in the 33 Super looks like a bit of gap to himself. Damien Hamilton just have spread out as well in GTC cars. There's also been some issues for Sudapong, it seems, at the start of this race. He's lapping well off the pace and also a fair bit down on straight line speed through the speed trap approaching turn 3.
Yes, last lap, that was the slowest car on track. The number 19 GT4. Yeah. Yesterday in the two-way fight for GTC, Damien Hamilton, I think, was troubled in the first half of the race. Then the driver change happened for the Toyota Altis, and he was less troubled. So I think it could be the other way around with the driver order inverted today. Hello, Heikkal for second place. That move can work.
Well, there you go. Gets aggressive into turn 5 and gets a bit of breathing gap between himself and that Team NZ Aston Martin by putting your championship leaders behind him. Which certainly not what Kimmich or Kennedy Kasiri are going to want in this one, because they need to be getting up, not stuck in these battles here as part of this race. And so this question I was
So if we have a safety car...
Oh, sorry, yes, go ahead.
If we have a safety car somewhere in the middle of this race, I think that makes GTC a very interesting proposition, because once the driver change happens in that number 9 Toyota Racing Thailand Altis, I think Akrapong, if the margin to Damien Hamilton was shrunk, this is Damien Hamilton, could really challenge him in the back half of the race. But if Damien Hamilton can take this first 25 to 30 minutes to extend a lead that's difficult to close, then the race could be his. So there's the Altus in the background, and this is the Mustang TA2 from Damien Hamilton now with about a 5-second lead.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget what we saw in yesterday's race, and you got to call on as well, was the fact that it's quite the straight line speed disparity between these two cars, and it gets entirely made up through Sector 3 and under brakes for the Altus GTC entry here that we're focusing on right now. Number 9 entry here. I'll be curious to see, because if the grading and the licensing systems are working as intended here for this car, Chris should be the faster driver. But I guess also is the fact that if you do a driver swap, it's a fresh driver you're putting in the car, whereas Damien's got to be able to make sure he's got the endurance and capacity to do the full hour by himself.
In GT4 AM, for example, I'm not convinced that the order the drivers are in is quite as clear-cut as in GT4 Pro. Is LaRue looking for another move? Final corner. So I wonder if in GTC, if it's similar, that the driver order is not quite as clear-cut. I was looking at the FIA driver categorization, and LaRue, for example, here is an FIA Gold. So that's very straight up and down. Who's the bronze, who's the gold in the number 7 Aston Martin?
Whoa. How's that for confidence on the brakes? Well, I think he's going to find some dust and marbles and actually undo his good work. As apparently he's still drawing the ire of race control. Black and white flag for driving standards in that battle with Hayden Heikel. Black and white flag for track limits. Final warning now, track limits. Apparently needs to stop overdriving the car and pushing it out past the white lines.
Not great to have your final warning for track limits. Look at the top left of screen and see there's still 47 minutes left in this GT4 GTC race.
Race lead change.
For the race lead.
Well, this is an impressive turn of pace from Hayden Heikel. We didn't see this really yesterday, in the sense that looking at the margins, it was, well, in yesterday's race, Kimiki and Kantidi Kasiri, that they walked away to a 13-second lead, and then it got to almost a second between Nikib Mitchell's number 39 versus Milski and Heikel's 36. But we're seeing here and now, apparently, that with the quote-unquote faster drivers in the car to start, that Hayden Heikel, he's looking here to get some laps led in this phase of the race. Now, in this situation,
can I give you some numbers?
You may, please.
Well, yesterday was Hayden Heikel's first race in a Toyota Supra. Today's his second race. He's twice as experienced as he was yesterday.
Or would it technically be infinitely more?
Oh, but the rear bumper's off.
Hello.
It might have been a little bit of contact as he made that move. As we saw the replay, we saw that Heikel and the 36 got ahead sort of at turn 7, turn 8. There may have been a hint of contact.
That probably is going to need to fly off the car to satisfy race controls sort of requirements. That bodywork isn't. I mean, it's attached in a couple of spots. They've given some leeway for loose bodywork that doesn't fall off this weekend, David. That's quite a substantial amount of bodywork to have come partially detached from the car.
At the moment, it still feels more attached than part of the bonnet of what the Super Pickups did yesterday. It's not great. And you look at it and you wonder, is it getting looser?
For now, 2 bits. It's quite the impressive sort of removal of, yeah. I just saw it. I thought it was a piece falling off the car completely on approach to turn 3, but no. It's just failed partially. on turn 3 last time by. Also critical note with the championship, if the cars continue to run as they are right now, and we had to end the race, and we were still awarding full points, we would have a tie for the championship between Nikki Baslan and Mitchell Chiaming's Wing King Motorsports Toyota Supra and the defending champions from AES Motorsport in their division the kind of sort of independent series. Now, the number 1, however, on countback, would win the championship with 4 race wins to their name versus just 2 for Nikki and Mitchell. At least that's my understanding. We would look to race wins, and of those,
usually
the Cayman has double.
It's usually the first tiebreaker you reach for before you then go to, you know, most second place finishes, most pole positions, etc. So you really need to get fine grained to separate them. Most race wins is the usual tiebreak. Is this early for Damian Hamilton? I think it is. From the leader GTC, he's in pit lane before the pit window appears to be open, so that must suggest either a penalty or a mechanical problem.
Yeah, I mean, also to note, oh yeah, that's a shame. And to come in several minutes before the pit window means that even if the car does get fixed up, you can't count as the compulsory stop too. That's unfortunate after it's been a bit of a trying season for Damian Hamilton. And yep, off comes the bonnet, and they're looking under the front left corner as well. But to put it in perspective, this car here, Damian Hamilton, second place, race 1 of the season at Change, and then did not start race 2, did not finish races 3, 4, 5 across Bang Sen and Sepang. Picked up a race win yesterday, which bumped him up very nicely in the points, I believe, to possibly in and around 3rd place. Now it's possibly looking at another DNF, so a pretty wretched season to enter every race and only come away with actually finish 3 races. Should that be the case?
Gives this car the lead of the racing class right now. The Toyota Altis from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Gee, we've seen so many warnings about those track limits so early in this race today. I feel like it waited just sort of 5 minutes longer in yesterday's race before race control were handing them out. We've already had, you know, warnings for the race leader. Final warning for Romain Leroux in the number 7 Aston Martin. And they're probably going to want to leave him in long into the pit window as well.
You know what's interesting also with the championship situation in GTC? Just having a look through the documentation for it. The car that's going to win the championship actually isn't in attendance this weekend. It's generally been such a successful season for the number 23 of Kenneth Chongyi and Shane Ang, which was a Honda Civic modified and being homologated to work within this GTC framework here at TSS. And because they placed 1st or 2nd in every race that they entered, they were so far ahead on points, they couldn't be caught coming into this weekend. As next car to get a final warning is Mitchell Chiaming in 2nd place. So I need to tamp that down, but immediately following that message, David, our first time penalty for track limits has come through. Any guesses, ladies and gentlemen, which car might have picked up that time penalty? As, yeah, it's looking pretty terminal in the pit lane. Ah, there you go, race control's actually giving away the answer for me.
Number 7, the Aston Martin from Romain Leroux, was the first car to get a final warning. Now the first car to get a penalty. I'm not seeing a whole lot of hurry around that TA2 car from Damien Hamilton. If his crew know something's wrong with it, but don't think it's a quick or an easy fix, or aren't even completely clear what needs doing if there is something that's a quick or an easy fix, unfortunately.
Okay, update folks, the number 7 has been joined by the number 39, the Winky Motorsports Toyota Supra, who's racing for a championship here today in getting a time penalty for repeated abuse of track limits. So
39's only 1 position and 1 second ahead of the number 1 car that to this point doesn't have a penalty of that kind.
Doesn't even have a black and white flag for track limits yet, the number 1. So they're sitting relatively pretty by comparison.
Yeah, got a little bit mobbed in the opening hectic 10 minutes of this race. Oh, dare I even say the hectic first 3 corners of this race. Suddenly they look wise and level-headed, and like this is shaping up to be a very good drive for this first half of the race for Kantati Kasiri, because Haikal is not their fight. Mitchell Chiminjay is, and has a penalty. Behind them, Romain Leroux is not their championship fight, but has a penalty too. Oh, Damien Hamilton doesn't look thrilled with that.
An indication it's a terminal problem. Driver out of the car and preparing to unstrap the helmet. It's pretty damning as well, unfortunately, there. So it's going to have to be another DNF to Damien's name this season 2025 after such a buoyant, uplifting result in race 1 of the weekend. $90 seconds from the pit window opening here, David. Now, as you said, some of our GT4 AM lineups, which actually there's 2 of them, where the driver pairings might be a little more even. We might see them come in sooner, perhaps, than our Pro-Am lineups that have most definitely got an A and a B driver by grading. So, question then is, with just a minute now to that go, do you expect anyone to dive in early, or are we going to see teams take their time? For reference, the GT3 teams in the race just gone by waited pretty much until the very end of the pit window before they all dived in as one.
Yeah, well, the most likely candidate is that number 32, Sathapon driving with Ayaro Razanakoto waiting in the wings, the driver from Madagascar. I certainly wouldn't be in a hurry to remove Hayden Haikal or Kandidi Kasiri. And he's been within track limits. Romain Leroux has been very quick. Obviously the issue has been 1 warning for driving standards, a warning for track limits, and then a penalty for track limits. This is the championship fight getting closer, isn't it?
Closing back up, yeah. Just going to make the time penalty even easier to worry about. Now, the other big thing, pit stop compensation times. For Kantati Kasiri and Kimit Karnasuta, minimum time for everyone, a reminder, is 90 seconds for pit entry to pit exit. Because they are both FIA Silver rated drivers, you have to add on 40 seconds for the number 1's pit stop time. Then plus another 15 seconds for winning yesterday's race. So they have to be in the pits for 145 seconds. The 39 is actually in a very similar position. Both are FIA silver rated, so 190 plus 40 is their minimum. Then 10 seconds for yesterday's race. So when you then also add on the fact that the 5-second time penalty is to be added at the pit stop, they should be coming out practically level pegging in the pits. So that race on track should continue on in the pit lane if the stops go to plan for both teams.
.39 also in, so you saw Wing Hin Motorsports getting ready. Just a quick, this is what it's doing, this is what you got to do. They feel like they got plenty of time in the pit stop there as the crew get the seat ready for the next driver.
Three cars taking a stop here on the pit window. Wing Motorsports team along with the factory racing team. Holzart and the Thailand GT4 entry, so everyone else is opting to do at least one more circuit before they hit the pit lane. What it has done is it really makes that gap that Hayden Heikel has built at the start of this race look quite a bit bigger for some reason, I feel, than it did previous. Even though Kansas Series was pretty much right there on the back of Mitchell before he pitted. The gap just looks noticeably bigger up to Hayden from here. They all go around again for at least one more lap.
Yeah, the number 19 we saw coming back into the race as well, and we'll see if there was a tiny bit of a mechanical problem that was costing them time and had them behind all of the GTC cars. They made their pit stop early, they got their new driver early, so maybe they'll come back into this race. As we get the 95 in.
He's joined the exceeding track limits penalty club.
The dress code is very relaxed for that club because everyone is allowed in if they want.
Yes, it's more of a, it's an opt-in club, not a by invitation only.
It's not a, your dad needed to put you on the waiting list when you were born and also someone else has got to recommend you. I think it's not that exclusive.
Nor is there many
this is side by side heading into 8 or 9 and 10. LaRue ahead with a penalty still to come.
Part of me, it's going to be actually race time for number 95. It's going to be added to what their stop time. Maybe just they should get a tiny bit too close to the pit stop to the side rather than fudge the numbers. That or because the pit one had already been open rather than issue it and then get a mix up, which I think is actually might explain Scott's and I's confusion about some race results that were updated following penalties in Super Touring this afternoon prior to the lunch break. Actually, I guess technically we're talking track time, not local time. As another GT4 to the lane. This time it will be Decathorn jumping out to give Tanapatra the wheel of AES Motorsports number 99 Hayden GT4.
Five cars that haven't stopped, the top 4 in GT4, and the leading and currently only one running GTC from Toyota Gatsu Racing Thailand. It's 95 is under investigation for pit entry line. That's something we saw happen just once yesterday, and it resulted in a 5-second penalty in that category. And again, it's one of those things that you never see under investigation unless someone's seen something that kind of looks probably almost certainly over the line.
Yep, it's just like all of those things. The one we usually see here in TSS is investigating pit stop times. The moment you see that message, it generally signs a death warrant. It means, okay, yeah, might as well just
I mean, someone's got a number on their stopwatch that says you're in trouble, and now they're just going to double check it before they hand that penalty over, is normally how they go.
Very true. Well, Kanasuta jumps out. Sorry, Kazi Series, sorry, I got the names around the wrong way. So, we now have just 4 cars in the compulsory stop, including your race leaders, Hayden Harkel and Emma Bilski, Roman LaRue and Graham Dowsett, Justin Martin. Salapondiaro haven't stopped, as well as Chris and Karapong. They're still going in the lone remaining GTC entry.
That's kind of counter to what I thought about their driving lineup yesterday, but it doesn't really matter all that much with their only rival in class parked up. Probably Damian Hamilton already in a shower or an ice bath, or maybe even a bar. Here it is.
Probably the last possible time they could have come around into the pit lane to make sure that change was done. Time, and there you go. A couple of team members get to work on helping with belts and radio cables there, I think, by the looks of it. David?
Probably the only right-hand drive car in this race.
True, because unlike a lot of, yes, all the homegrown cars are right-hand drive, but yes, in this kind of a category, GT4, pretty much all of that will be left-hand drive machinery from Europe in those cases. Unless the Supras, being GT4s, are right-hand drive.
They're left-hand drives.
They're
They're left-hand drive from Toyota Motorsport Europe in Germany.
There it is.
Same factory that the rally program was run out of.
Right, and there you go. So yes.
And the World Endurance Championship factory.
Yeah, there's a bit of history there. As out will come your championship leaders as of yesterday afternoon's race result. You'll have to forgive us for a moment, folks, because we're still waiting on the racing. Oh, never mind. They're side by side. This is the championship battle right here. It's back on. And we're getting straight to elbows.
It's getting straight to fists, shoulders, knees, throwing a kick or two. So that's the high ground at the moment for the 39. Oh, mind those track limits with 25 minutes still to go.
Just in time, Racing Aurora, Toyota Supra of Hayden Harkel comes into the pit lane and switches over with Daniel Bilski. So that has happened with mere seconds left in the stop. Now, because of the way the minimum pit stop times, I mean, they're quite long, they're technically still a lap ahead of those two cars that are duking it out, I believe, for what is second place. Although the Team NZ Aston Martin, where is that on the track? Possibly a long way ahead.
Yeah, well, their compensation time could be a tiny bit lower. They were not on the podium yesterday. 15, 10, and 15 seconds. 5 seconds. Yeah.
It's a lot lower because, as you noted, Actually, interesting. Roman Lou, oh, you know yours apparently said FIA gold rated. Well, the document I have here from TSS is FIA silver. Either way, Graham Dowsett's an FIA bronze. So their minimum time through the pit lane is 113 seconds versus the 145. So in fact, yes, I think would say in that case, Graham Dowsett's going to be in the lead of this race. It might be close to Daniel Bielski on pit exit. And both the number 1 of Kimi Kanasuta and the 39 of Nikki Aslan, they're going to have to chase those two cars down here to get to the finish of the race. And in
There's
fact,
a chance in my head I was confusing LaRue and Carlo Van Dam. Van Dam's a gold.
Also, and I think you have to pass these two Supras here as well. Pit compensation battles have completely messed up the order, folks. In Supercar GT4, we've got some what was going to be minor placing squabbles now having a real impact on the championship battle. And what it actually means is at this point in time, these spots that the 39 will be looking to get won't be enough. As out comes Daniel Bielski. Is he in the lead of the race? I don't think so. Might actually not even be not in the lead of the race by virtue of another car getting out ahead of them again. Timing will explain everything once it ticks over. But Nikib Aslan going to pass by both the 95 of Prakoon and the 33 of Bao Fong. That right there is the buffer he currently needs based on positions on track to reclaim the championship lead.
I think Bielski might be leading this one by about the length of this straight.
It's either that or the 32 of Yarrow is leading because of a short pit stop. Yeah, they had an even shorter stop because they've got an all bronze lineup. 90 seconds for that car. So, for those of you here supporting Yarrow and Sathapon, your guys might be leading this race right now as we speak, as look at the dirt on the circuit from all these drivers getting aggressive at turn 4, David. It's making a little sketchy through that sweeper.
So this becomes very critical for Kamik. Not able to do it. It's for position. They don't need to move out of the way of you, but they are currently sitting between you and a Super Series GT4 championship. It's
got 21 minutes to pass both of them. If you can do that, hang on to the championship by 1 point. Pass only one of them, and the Key will win it. And ladies and gentlemen, your new race leader, now that the pit stop cycle is completed and everyone's filtering through the sectors in their correct order, Yarrow and Sathapon, with the advantage of the shortest pit stop possible in the category. That being part of the reason why they've done this. This has worked out for them. Take the race lead from Daniel Bielski, 5.4 seconds, who in turn has 5.8 over Graham Dowsett. It's 9 seconds back to Decathlon and Tanapatra, who have also jumped up the order with a short stop. And then 11 seconds for Nikib Aslan. Oh, big tyre lock-up into turn 3. Kimi Kanasuta is stuck behind the Supra still. There you go.
Both drivers so committed on the brakes in towards turn 3 that you saw the Cayman wiggling around. You saw a rare lock-up from an ABS-equipped GT4 car.
Saw a flash up there on the screen for a second. This pack of cars is over 30 seconds behind the Yarrow. Now, we'll have to wait and see what the lap times are when they all come through. And saying that last lap for the Yarrow was a 1:48 something, which was improved to a 47.9. Bielski has just done a 1:47.7. Graham Dowsett at a 48.1. It's just updated that across the line now as well. These guys are doing 46s and 45s if they don't squabble. when they squabble, they're doing 47s as well. So there you go, last lap time now on the tower for you all to read. You can see the fastest car currently, comfortably, go Nakeev Aslan 44.8. That's showing the pace again of that Lincoln Motorsports Toyota Supra. And they kind of need to, David, because they've got to get up the road and pass as many of these cars, just Decathlon, Dowsett and Bielski as they can to give themselves a chance of getting back ahead on points. Kimmich, he just has to sort of shadow the 39. Can't afford to get stuck here forever though.
Do we get a repeat on the brakes into turn 3? Perhaps. Around the outside, braking deep, getting a little squirrely. And they've done what I thought they'd do, which is just rip that rear bumper off the 36 at the pit stop.
It was definitely overdue, that kind of drastic issue. And the bonnet's
Don't
now
say
a
that
little
the
loose.
bonnet's going to need the same treatment.
Hopefully the pins on that are good enough. That plus also the way the air has got some air vents to guide air up and over the bonnet might also help force it down rather than allow too much air to get sucked in. The gap that now exists. How's that there? That's the gap from Bielski back to Nakeev Aslan. Symbolised there in that shot. They also need to make you guys all aware, if we haven't already mentioned it, despite the fact that the RO sits in the lead of this race, his gap is currently 5.4 seconds. He also has a 5-second time penalty for continuing to use track limits. Oh, Commit Kanasuta. Trying again and again here, David, to get past these two Supras. The first one here of Pao Fong still can't get a clean and decisive move done yet, and keeps overshooting the corners when he goes for the big move under brakes.
Reminiscent of LaRue in the Aston Martin much earlier in this race, to try to stick close through turn 4 and then dive but a little too optimistically into turn 5 and find that across 2 days of racing in many categories that there is debris, dirt, dust, marbles, everything out there, and not a whole lot of grip if you brake too late.
Defense from Prakun on Pao Fong. Commit trying to cut underneath these two. I'd always be saying they haven't received any warnings for track limits. They might need to start getting a little creative with their definition of what the limits are. As it's a drag race to turn 4. Commit trying to keep Pao Fong to the inside through the sweeper. Doesn't pinch him down close enough through the apex and turn. And will have to stay in 8th place. It's not, and then he's in enough weeds or just enough aggro that he's sliding the car through turn 6 and the exit of 5. Really feels like it's a bit of a struggle street for these guys here. There's another lap complete for Niaro. It's now 24 laps down in this race. Yeah, 5.6 seconds to Daniel Bielski. He was 0.2 faster on the last lap, and that's critical because again, there's a 5-second penalty on this number 32 car for abuse of continued abuse of track limits. So need to be mindful of that, but as it stands, just moving in the right direction is the gap between those two cars. What would you look at that, David?
That's the
black and white flag has been issued. Car 1 joins the party.
Perhaps that goes back to their optimistic look here at turn 5 a couple laps ago. Surely, eventually, the frustration builds for a car that the drivers were very measured and restrained in the first 30 minutes. But the way the pit stop compensation time falls, they now need to make more moves on track. And that is when it becomes more challenging to remain within track limits and remain calm and cool. You've got Supras that are pretty strong in a straight line, defending you into all of the key overtaking opportunities, and seeing the championship rival just beginning to pull away a little bit.
Dowsett is being hunted down by Decathlon here for 3rd place. So at this rate, look, there will be an AES Motorsport Porsche on the podium, which is not the one we were expecting. Holy understeer at turn 12.
You keep cranking the wheel, but eventually you run out of grip on.
Decathlon wants no part of that. He'll go straight up the inside and take that place away. So AES Motorsport Porsche on the podium, which is not the one that was sort of thinking it would be. And a championship challenger, Kev Aslan, is now in the background of the picture. Black and white flag for track limits. It actually is a second black and white flag to the 32 Yarrow. So, watch out on that one there. There's possibly another chance that Commit kind of suits it. No, he loses all the speed through turn 4. Look from Falfong and Prakun into turn 5. Is there a chance here perhaps Commit to get a run? He lost so much speed through turn 4 though that he was nowhere in the frame. I mean, we were somewhat tight on the view, but it's just this whole case of cannot find a way through, it seems, without overdriving the car and making a mistake. There's the confirmation of a second black and white flag at track limits for Yarrow. Falfong trying to attack and defend. Onto the outside at turn 12. Oh, contact and we knocked wide. Although the damage appears to have been done more to the Supra than to the Cayman in this case. And as the minutes tick down, we'll try and get another look at this one here on the replay again. So ahead into the apex, but loses the ground on exit because it's just power out and push wide. And yep, the left-hand side skirt of that Supra damaged. And oh, Kamek throws it into turn 3 as we come back to the live feed. Cannot get the car pulled up offline in the dirt as a result.
Third, fourth time of trying, you've got to start to think about trying to do something different, and that's where some of the desperation perhaps is coming from. Just unfortunately, regrettably stuck. Just 2 or 3 kilometers an hour advantage to that other driver who now has another black and white flag.
Still
Where's
hunting.
the line between a block and defense? It was close to a block.
Trying to get my head around all like the way these guys are racing and stuff. I mean, it's great to watch it, like in the sense that Falfong is here for the race result. He doesn't particularly seem to care for championship implications that could
Lets
come
him
with
go.
this race result. My timing is impeccable, and I've been completely had my comments completely undone by that. All right.
Just pulls to the side, rolls out of the throttle, and lets Kamek go.
Is that a case, I wonder, of acknowledging, yeah, okay, I probably overdid it trying to defend you, defend from you into turn 1 last time, or turn 12 last time, and probably just need to ease up on it, perhaps.
Someone from garage number 1 has gone down to garage number 33. And they've either been very friendly or been very not friendly.
That also seems very much on point. And we're just seeing the aftermath of some lapping here, but also critically there's been a change for 4th place. Akib Aslan is up into 4th place, has caught and passed Graham Dowsett on this lap. Continue to close one hand around the championship here in the Wing Him Motorsports Toyota Supra GT4.
Get a load of the mid-corner speed from this Altus. It's got such wide track on it, but then it just doesn't quite pull off the corners the same as a GT4. But we've seen how well it's been for its sort of mid-corner speed. I just saw a really good example of it there in the final corner.
Yeah, it's got plenty of turn and plenty of stopping power. It's just lacking the acceleration and top speed. But it is the only car still circulating in GTC, so there is that too. As we are inside of 8 minutes to go, the final 10th of this race is not far away. As the time ticks down, you look there at the last lap times for Yaro and Daniel Bilski, practically identical. You have to get to the 2nd decimal place. Start splitting the numbers. It means your gap at the line is 5.6 seconds. With a 5-second time penalty for car 32, that's enough. They will hold on to the race win at this stage. Madagascar fans in the chat for this one here today, David. And I dare say that season for Yaro and Sathapon, I actually need to have a look at it. Not too bad, a P4 race 1, but a P2 at race 2 when the season started at Chang. They missed the first race at Bangsen, followed by 6th place in the 2nd race of that weekend. Then the first Sepang weekend, P7, followed by a DNF. Then the 2nd weekend at Sepang, a P2, but then back down to a P8. So, and then they did retire from yesterday's race, unfortunately, after just 2 laps. So, on track for their 2nd or 3rd podium, 1st win of the season, if everything can complete the final 6 minutes without issue.
Yeah, my guess is 5 more laps to go. 4.7 seconds ahead of Daniel Bilski, who was about a second quicker, so that will be very close for that outright lead, as well as the championship fight in play right now. You keep Aslan far and away the fastest car on track last lap with that 44.9 though in this black Wing Hin Motorsports Toyota Supra GT4.
They're looking like they want to steal a podium away here from AAS Motorsport. They're in position to be able to probably do so. They're currently lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap, over 2 seconds a lap faster than Decathorn is in front. So actually they go 1, 2, 3, 4, all in line of sight on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, which means that the leader was just crossing the line at about 5 minutes to go.
Oh, Yaro slowed down big time on that last lap. The gap is now under 4 seconds. That's been a massive difference in time loss. If that doesn't suddenly change, we have a new effective race leader after time penalties. Daniel Bilski and Hayden Heikala are on track to now win this race if the gap doesn't improve.
It was about a second last lap, 0.8 the next lap. This is so important for the number 1 car. Headlight flash, 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 indicator, looking for the inside of turn 3.
Just get it pulled up. Kimik finally through on the two Supras. But the damage is done. They have lost touch with Nakeeb Aslan in the Wing Him Racewell Supra. They are now some 20 seconds behind.
Do they just need to be in touch with the number 7 Aston Martin? It's more complicated than that, though.
Well, if Nakeeb... actually, good point. If Nakeeb somehow doesn't get third place off of Decathlon, then they would... Oh, sorry, Nakeeb would end up still 1 point ahead. Because it's 2 points per position. Oh, but Raccoon refuses to give up. He'll take the spot back by surprise at turn 8. So apologies, yeah. For positions 4 through 10, or 4 through 9, if there's one car in between them, then Nakeeb and Mitchell would still win by 1 point because they get the +4 versus Kimik and Cassidy in this race. And here it is, the battle for third. And critically, if you go from third to fourth, that's 3 points difference right there. So now it doesn't really matter because Nakeeb, Kimik would have to now magically find. There's some 15 seconds in 2 laps, and that's just not going to happen. This is a tiny touch through the kink at turn 2 here, David. And almost a return serve there before the brakes at turn 3.
Well, they're both just, jostling for similar space. It wasn't it wasn't the biggest hip and shoulder we've ever seen. I think that was a good and fair move, and the driver on the inside's always going to want a little bit more space. The driver on the outside's always not going to freely relinquish all of that space, and that's just the give and take of it approaching the braking zone.
Well, track limits to continue to rear their ugly head. And now it's gotten to the tune of 2 time penalties, total sum of 15 seconds, for car 33 here. I had a 5-second penalty issued only a couple of minutes ago. They've received a second 10-second penalty for continuing to run off the track. So it will be last lap next time across the start-finish line for your race leaders. The gap has continued to shrink. In fact, Iaro and Southapond are at risk of losing third place, losing second place to the 39 car, which will beat them on time penalties because of the way things are going here. So yeah, as a result of a 5-second time penalty for repeated abuse of track limits, and in fact, they've received another final warning. Iaro has to be careful. If they get another time penalty, they'll fall off. They could fall off the podium entirely here. Second place might be
how
theirs.
slow.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, tyres perhaps? Because they've suddenly lost pace relative to everyone around them.
The number 1's also just become slow out of the corners and then picks up the pace, doesn't seem hindered braking into any of the corners, but just coming off of the slow corners like turn 7 and turn 9, that's where you've seen Kimik suddenly become very vulnerable once again.
Top 4 all in shot down the start finish straight as the final lap begins here in TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC. Iaro with only 2.3 seconds lead will mean that he is going to lose the race win, and he'll actually now lose out and fall back to third place at this stage. Nakeeb Aslan on the bumper of Daniel Bilski, looking like he might try and take it, and if he does take it, That's a race win for the 39 Wing Hing Motorsports Toyota after the penalty is applied to this Porsche Cayman on screen. It is a shame because, yeah, for Yara and Sethapon, they got out in front with the short pit stop and then they managed that gap perfectly for what felt like the entire run. Then all of a sudden, the pace vanished about 7 or 8 minutes ago. And it's meant that they've been hunted down quite rapidly as this is the battle for the effective lead, and it's time to keep our eyes on it here, David. As to the inside at turn 6, the gap is open. Beautiful run from Nakib Aslan. He takes the effective race lead away from Daniel Bilski.
How often do you see that one happen? Not very often, so that is a good move and key to the precision and rotation that the 39 has had. They're headed towards a championship by all accounts.
They only came in 3 points behind the defending series champions who had jumped ahead of them after yesterday's results. So it was going to be close. And with both of them mired in the mid-pack after lengthy pit stops with the compensation times, whilst it will be ER and Sathapon across the line first, the time penalty will see them in 3rd place. Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Chiaminji take the race win, and with it, secure the championship in TSS Supercar GT4 for 2025. If there is consolidation prize, the answer is that Iaro and Sathapon will still be your GT4M subclass winners. So there is still a win of sorts for them on the books here today, folks. It's just not an outright win like they looked like they were on track for. Very close indeed between the Supras. Gap at the line, 3/10 of a... Oh, sorry, no, that was the... That's another gap that got down very small. 1/10 of a second between 33 and 95. Yeah, there are still penalties to worry about.
Penalties. Yeah, particularly for Fawafong, I think. The timing now just updating as everyone crosses the line, and then it applies the penalties and gives the race win to Mitchell Chiminjay and Nakib Aslan. Yeah, here it is.
Yep. 5 seconds still means that Iaro and Sathapon finish on the outright podium here today. So they will get that credit at least. And as I also note there, they are the leading GT4AM lineup here today. So they will get a subclass win in GT4AM to their names for this weekend as well. And a 3rd place on the podium. No, it looks like, unfortunately, they will not be able to gain any spots in the championship. They're currently sitting in 9th at this stage. GTC, unfortunately, only the 1 car finishing today with Chris and Akarapong's Toyota Altis. GTC from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand squad able to survive the racetrack and conditions today. Mechanical issue as yet unknown for Damien Hamilton. Saw that car pull in before the pit window opened. The bonnet come off the car. Now, a lot of inspection around the front end before he jumped out and called it quits.
Nice that the picture for the graphic has Damien Hamilton all smiles in better times, because that's not how he looked when he had to park that thing up. One more penalty, I think, actually came through post checkered flag. 5 more seconds for car 32. No, maybe? We're seeing something else that hasn't come through. It was a different car. Fastest lap of the race went to Hayden Haikal and Daniel Bilski. Yes, I can guess it might have been when Haikal was driving. The first half of the race was where a lot of the pace was. They are so jazzed down there at Wing Hin Motorsports.
Well, I'm not surprised about that, David. Combination of being able to drive your way back to, after penalties, a race win, and it means that they take a championship win. These guys, don't forget, were in what is now called Super Touring, previously Super Compact category. Oh, let me pass, please. I want to join the boys. They got promoted up to the GT4 category this year, and it looks like they have been well rewarded with the result here. Strong for most of the season. In fact, the only time they didn't finish on the podium was retiring from the second race of the Bang Seng Grand Prix weekend back in July. Otherwise, 2 third-place finishes, 4 second-place finishes, and now 3 race wins to make it their 10-race season here in 2025.
Won't be too far away from hearing from Goody again. And even if Thai is not your language, I suspect the enthusiasm will no doubt carry through.
Well, the thing is that these boys here are from Malaysia. And when we have drivers from Malaysia, Goody will speak to them in English. That plus also Hayden Harkel, Daniel Bilski, Australia-Malaysia combo. So we'll have, absolutely drenching them there. I'm going to presume they'll appreciate that, though.
Those were frosty cold. No, that's got to feel so good. A couple frosty cold water bottles.
This will give it a moment to compose themselves, it looks like, before Goody jumps in for the post-race interviews. But yeah, so with the Wing Hing boys from Malaysia, Goody will speak to them in English. With Hayden Harkel from Malaysia and Daniel Bilski here from Australia, we'll also speak to them in English. And in fact, with Yaro and Sathapond, I think it's a Thai Madagascan combination. So that will also be partially in English today as well. So in fact, it's actually quite a good podium for us as an English-speaking commentary team to be able to pitch in and listen in when those interviews get underway here shortly, folks. And then we still have one more race to come after this. It's our final sprint race of the weekend. It's just the final race, full stop for the racing action
TSS The
this
Super
weekend.
Series by B-Quik นะครับ
We'll talk about that after Goody wraps up these
เนี่ยนะครับ
interviews.
ต้องบอกว่าทำดีที่สุดแล้วนะครับสำหรับอันดับ 3 ซึ่งแม้ว่าจะเข้ามาเป็นคันแรกนะแต่ด้วยความที่มีเวลาที่ต้องบวกไปอีก 5 วินาทีนะครับจึงทำให้มาอยู่ในอันดับที่ 3 กับ B-Quik Absolute Racing นะครับแต่ยังไงก็แสดงความยินดีครับพี่แม็กครับ
ครับผมก็ทีมเมททำเต็มที่แล้วครับวันนี้ก็มันมีบวกอยู่ 5 วิแล้วก็ด้วยกับที่เราต้องรักษายางที่ทีมเมทต้องรักษายางเพื่อให้วิ่งจบไม่ทำให้สปรินต์แล้วก็อยากให้เวลานิ่งครับผมก็ทีมเมทก็ผมทำงานวันนี้อย่างหนักเต็มที่แล้วครับผม
ครับบูครับ How do you feel?
Yeah, so basically everything went good. Due to our engineer, thanks for P-Reef. Yeah, he was really great. Basically, we should be number 1, but we get 5-second penalty from Max. Yeah. But yeah, it's the race, so we have to accept it. Can speak Madagascar. Salamat all. Tukuni fulutsik and rania. Fa nas penalty 5 secondi. Max te la safatirchik. Ya to putsik ya fulufonchik ya fa fatachi durarichoni Madagascar. Sratu.
โอเคพี่แม็กครับอยากให้ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับว่าในฤดูกาลหน้าเราจะไปต่อกันยังไงแบบไหนครับ
ฤดูกาลหน้าก็ฝากติดตาม B-Quik Racing นะครับมีอะไรให้ลุ้นแล้วก็สนุกกว่านี้แน่นอนครับผม
ครับผมติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
ขอบคุณครับ congratulations so ไปที่อันดับที่2กันต่อนะครับมาฮะ congratulations Daniel Hamilton และ Hayden โอเคว้าว how do you feel today
Yeah, pretty. I don't know how I feel actually, but yeah, I did what I could. We pulled a 6-second gap, and passed the car to Daniel. He did a good job trying to catch up to the leader, but we just had no pace towards the end. But yeah, you know what? I think it was a good race overall. P2 is better than P3 or P4.
Yeah, I think
I think we still did a good job, but yeah, just pretty bummed out that we couldn't hold it in the end, but. No, it is what it is. It's racing, and we move on to the next one. I'd like to thank the team, sponsors for an amazing year.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Okay, Damien, and you. Well, congratulations. So, more successfully for final.
Wow, it's to be honest, we're a bit disappointed. We took some damage in the first part of the race, so that had a bit of aero balance issue, but I just ran out of tyres at the end, and I couldn't keep the Wing Hing car behind me. But firstly, just a big thank you to the team for getting us a car this weekend to make sure we're on the grid, for the amount of hours that everybody worked to get the car set up, get it organised and get us here. With the pace that we had, you can tell I'm disappointed with P2. The win was there. Unfortunately, it just ran out of tyres at the end.
All right, so not a problem that in the next year maybe you have not to learn in new car again.
I'm a little bit over learning new cars every weekend. But with the pace that we have as a driver pairing, you can see that, you know, we're quick, and if we can stick with the same car, it'll probably be better. But anyway, it was a good finale, and thank you very much to the team for all their hard work. And also just to Hayden, spectacular first stint, really, really good.
Yes.
Some tyres would have been good.
Well, okay, so finally, just congratulations.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the fans at home and all the messages. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. ครับและอันดับหนึ่งนะฮะเป็นของวิงฮินครับ Congratulations.
Thank you.
Finally, successfully in the season. And you guys, how do you feel?
Bit lost for words. It was a very long season, a lot of hard work, thanks to the team, Wing Hin Motorsports. We never gave up. We had a lot of hard moments, Bang Sen being one of them. Yesterday with the penalty, today with the penalty, but we never gave up. So this is to them, this is to Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know. So, and you?
I think it's still kicking in. To be GT4 champion of 2025. Yeah, I think I'll just let it sink in. Thanks to the team, like Nakib said. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Of course, like Nakib said, we had a lot of ups and downs through the season. But in the end, we are the champions of 2025 GT4 class. So we are very, very happy.
Yeah, I'm happy with you too. All right, congratulations again, and hope so. You next years you're gonna go to. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Okay.
We'll see.
Leave a comment to Thai fans here.
Thank you for the support back in Malaysia and also in Thailand for supporting us throughout the season, and of course, big thank you to Wing Hin Motorsports. Without them, this would not be possible.
ว้าว congratulations แสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งหนึงครับไปอีกรุ่นครับท่านผู้ชมครับเกี่ยวกับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTC แน่นอนนะครับเป็นของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand โอ้โหสวัสดีครับยินดีด้วยนะครับเป็นอย่างไรกันบ้างครับสำหรับรายการในรุ่นนี้
จริงๆของเราก็ได้มีเปลี่ยนเซตติ้งจากเมื่อวานเปลี่ยนวิงหลังเป็นอันเล็กนะครับแล้วก็ปรับเซตติ้งอะไรต่างๆปีนี้จริงๆก็เราก็พยายามเก็บ Data เพื่อพัฒนารถในปีหน้าต่อไปด้วยนะครับ
ถือว่าผลงานในปีนี้พอใจมากน้อยแค่ไหนครับ
ก็ถือว่าเป็นที่พอใจเพราะว่าเป็นปีแรกที่วิดีโอรถคันนี้ขึ้นมานะครับแล้วก็ยังไม่มีข้อมูลอะไรเลยเราเริ่มจากศูนย์ทั้งหมดนะครับแล้วก็มาเก็บข้อมูลในปีนี้วิ่งได้ขนาดนี้เราถือว่าพอใจนะครับ
ถือว่าเรียนรู้และก็พัฒนาไปในตัว
ใช่ครับ
กล้าบังคับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับก็จริงๆก็อย่างที่เบคบอกก็คือรถคันนี้คือเป็นพัฒนาตั้งแต่ศูนย์เลยเป็นปีแรกที่เราทำคันนี้ขึ้นมาก็เริ่มจากศูนย์เลยจากที่ลองขับก็เวลาก็ตอนนี้ดีขึ้นมาจากเดิมก็ร่วมๆเป็น10 วิเนาะใช่จากที่พัฒนาตั้งแต่แรกครับ
ใช่ถือว่าเป็นแต่ถือว่าเร็วนะเพราะถือว่าการพัฒนามันควบคู่กันไปแล้วบางสนามเนี่ยเราไม่สามารถไปปรับจูนเซตติ้งได้อย่างบางแสนเนี่ยไม่ได้มีโอกาสไปซ้อมเลย
น้อยมากครับ
ใช่เพราะฉะนั้นมันถือว่าเป็นสิ่งที่โตโยต้าเนี่ยได้พิสูจน์แล้วกำลังประกาศให้ประชาชนรู้ว่าการพัฒนาเนี่ยไม่เคยหยุดยั้งไปเรื่อยๆจริงๆนะครับปีหน้าเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ปีหน้าก็สำหรับคันนี้เราก็จะเก็บข้อมูลสำหรับเลนนี้แล้วก็ไปพัฒนาต่อหาจุดบกพร่องก็ไปแก้ไขให้ดีขึ้นกว่านี้ครับ
ครับครับฝากถึงแฟนๆครับ
ยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์โตโยต้ากาโซเรซิ่งในต่อไปด้วยนะครับผมปีหน้าก็ยังมีการลงแข่งขันเหมือนเดิมนะครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ทีมเราด้วยครับผมขอบคุณครับ
กล้าครับบอกถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ก็ยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเราเหมือนกันนะครับใน Toyota Gazoo Racing ทั้งในรุ่น GT4 GT4 GTM ครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับขอบคุณครับแน่นอนครับผ่านไปแล้วครับท่านผู้ชมสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับแต่ความมันยังไม่หมดนะครับยังมีอีกรุ่นหนึ่งที่ทุกคนรอคอยติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับกับ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik และ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
And with that, David, we get a chance to see highlights from this race, and this definitely packed quite a bit of excitement here in this one. Straight from the get-go, we thought it was going to be all about our two championship contenders, and that was the case for the first 10 minutes of the race, but then it quickly dovetailed from there into something quite a bit more.
Intent so early on from Naqib Aslan and his teammate to try to move forward, so from second row on the grid to leading so early on. Hayden Haikal kicking up through the grass as Kanasiri and Kamik tried as valiantly as they could to get that AAS Porsche up ahead. That was Haikal with a very, very well-placed move. Then later on picked up a little bit of damage to the rear bumper. LaRue had many attempts at trying to make some moves as well, not all of them stuck in the Aston Martin GT4.
And for a point there, we were thinking it was a bit of a patience game from Kantidi Kasiri in that first stint. Didn't need to race too hard, just stay within relatively close touch of Mitchell Chiamanji in that first stint, and then leave it to Kamik Kanasuta to go after Noor Aslan in the second stint. But after the pit stops, trouble in trying to clear the 33 and the 95, who put up one hell of a defense for the spots on the track. It would cost the 33 multiple time penalties after the race for repeated off-track abuses, but for a car that has been one of the best in the category all season long, they just got completely and utterly stuck racing those two Supras here today.
I think they suffered similar to what Haikal and Bilski had, where the tyre grip in the back half of today's race just went away from them, and some other teams may have saved more tyres or managed tyres better. They just didn't quite have what they needed right at the end.
And with that, we have just one final race left to go. If we're on schedule, we're only a handful of minutes away from the final race of the weekend, with this intro video starting off, I think we're about probably 7 to 8, maybe 10 minutes away from the start of Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. The fastest and most furious of all the trucks in Thailand are ready to take center stage. We're going to take a very short break here on the English commentary feed. Keep the scenes rolling here on screen. Back with you just before the race start of our final race and event of the weekend.
สนามนี้ลุ้นไหมต้องลุ้นได้แต่นิดนึงโอ้ยเดี๋ยวคู่แข่งคือใครเบสเหรอ ครับยังอยู่กับบรรยากาศนะครับของรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับแน่นอนว่ารุ่นนี้ทุกๆคนก็รอคอยด้วยเช่นกันเพราะเป็นการรวมตัวของ Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 ทั้ง2คลาสไม่ว่าจะเป็นคลาส A และคลาส B และผู้ที่ได้รางวัลอันดับที่1เมื่อวานนี้นะครับเป็นอลงกรณ์แซ่ตั้งหรือรุ่มเม้งทำให้การ reverse grid ของเขาต้องไปอยู่ในการสตาร์ทที่5หมายความว่าอันดับที่1ของการสตาร์ทในวันนี้เป็นของพีทสุวัฒน์ลิ้มจิระพิญญา เพราะฉะนั้นไปดูกันนะครับว่าวันนี้พีทมีโอกาสแล้วนะครับว่าจะทำในเรื่องของคะแนนสะสมเนี่ยลุ้นมาได้ไหมแต่การลุ้นของพีทเนี่ยค่อนข้างเหนื่อยเพราะว่าพีทเนี่ยตอนนี้คะแนนอยู่เป็นอันดับ3นะครับหมายความว่าถ้าจะลุ้นให้เป็นแชมป์ได้คนที่ต้องมีคะแนนห่างจากพีทเนี่ยต้องไปอยู่ในอันดับที่5ไปคุยกับพีทกันครับตามมาเลยครับวันนี้พีทรอแล้วข้อได้เปรียบของพีทในวันนี้คือจุดสตาร์ทติ้งที่กริดที่1เนี่ยหมายความว่าพีทเนี่ยไม่ต้องถูกถ่วงน้ำหนักด้วยถูกไหมฮะถ่วงเท่าไหร่ฮะ
ตอนนี้ก็ไปอีก
อ๋อโอเคใช่ไปอีกเท่าไหร่ฮะโอเคครับพีทบอกขับอย่างเดียวไม่รู้เรื่องเลยนะฮะเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้มีโอกาสแล้วในสนามนี้ทำเต็มที่ได้แค่มากน้อยแค่ไหนบ้างครับ
ก็คะแนนก็ยังถือว่ายังไม่หมดลุ้นก็ทีเดียวคะแนนได้ลุ้นอยู่ครับรวมเลยครับ
ครับ
เราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับออกผม
ครับปีหน้า
สำหรับปีหน้าก็เหมือนเดิมครับก็รอดูก่อนว่าจะจบปีนี้จบยังไง
ครับ
ครับพี่
ฮะฝากถึงเรื่องอะไรครับพี่ครับ
ก็ฝากถึงแฟนเชียร์เลย59ด้วยนะครับ
ครับ
ที่ผ่านโยโกฮาม่าลิขิตในที่สุดครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับสุวัสดิ์ลิ้นจิระพิญญานะครับหรือพิษสุพรรณไปต่อนะครับสำหรับเบรกที่2เข้ามาเป็นที่4ของเมื่อวานนี้นะครับกับเบสเทอร์โบยำแน่นอนนะครับธนพลชูเจริญผลต้องถามหน่อยว่าอุ้ยสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเป็นไงบ้างครับเบสหนูบอกว่าหนูใส่เอียบไม่ได้ยินเท่าไหร่ชื่ออะไรครับลูกโอเคยังบอกชื่อก็ยังดีเบสครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับวันนี้เราจะขับไปอุ้มลูกไปด้วยถูกไหมฮะ
ครับผม
โอเคแน่นอนเลยสนามสุดท้ายแล้วครับเบสเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับขอให้จบครับ
ครับผมเพราะฉะนั้นลุ้นกับแชมป์ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับเบสครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมพวกเราด้วยนะครับโอ้โหนะครับก็วันนี้ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับ
ครับผมครับขอบพระคุณครับขอเชียร์ด้วยนะครับแน่นอนนะฮะเดี๋ยวเบสเนี่ยจะเอาลูกขึ้นไปด้วยนะฮะ2 คนเลยนะอันดับ3นะครับยังอยู่กับเราตรงนี้นะครับในกริดสตาร์นี้นะครับกับแบงค์ชินวุฒิเหล่าชินชาตินะครับ Alpha Factory by Polsa สวัสดีครับแบงค์เป็นไงบ้างครับ
ก็เต็มที่ครับพี่
เต็มที่เลยวันนี้สนามแล้ววันนี้ใส่เต็มที่เลยไหม
ครับผม
เอาให้หมดเลยนะหมดแม็กเลยวันนี้ถูกถ่วงไหม
ถูกถ่วงเพิ่มมา25 โล
25 กิโล
ครับผม
แน่นอนทุกคนก็ถูกถ่วงกันหมด
ใช่ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นเราก็อยู่กลางๆเนาะก็คือเต็มที่เลยกับสนามนี้ครับผมปีหน้าฟ้าใหม่ต้องมันกว่านี้
แน่นอนครับผม
ครับผมวันนี้ถือว่าปีนี้คือพอใจในผลงานไหมครับ
พอใจครับ
ครับ
ถือว่าผลงานดีขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆครับผม
ครับก็ถือว่าเต็มที่แล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นฝากเชียร์แบงค์ด้วยครับ
ครับฝากด้วยครับแบงค์ชินวุฒิพิกาเบอร์23ครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับชินวุฒิเหล่าชินชาตินะครับหรือแบงค์นะครับจาก Alpha Factory by Polsa นั่นเองนะครับยังเหลืออีกหลายๆท่านนะครับที่เป็นนักแข่งทั้งคลาส A และคลาส B นะครับใครจะเป็นแชมเปี้ยนชิพใน2 รุ่นนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีครับกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Well, folks, this is its one final race of the weekend of the championship, and it is homegrown horsepower here. Welcome to Thailand's Pickup Division 1, our Class A and B drivers here for this event too. To wrap things up, We go back to the 12-lap sprint format, 30 minutes time limit in case of multiple safety cars looking to stretch the race out here. It's kind of important given that the sun will be setting shortly at the circuit, and it gets dark pretty dang quick there. Sprint race, no compulsory pit stops, but we do have Class A and Class B honours up for grabs. Unfortunately, we don't have yesterday's official race results with us here, so we can't actually keep you posted on exactly where the championship is standing. But after Friday's race results, David Haynes, we had a change in the overall championship lead with a retirement for the incoming championship leader, Tanawat Sunawarat, meaning that Tanafon Chuchurenpon in the 15 truck winning the race jumped right ahead of him to the tune of about 8 points clear of the standings. There's your favourite Toyota Hilux champ with its final start of the season getting ready here. It's time for all of the team members and non-essential personnel to clear the grid.
Well, the reliability of all of the races in this division of Super Pickup Cup has been critical. We've basically lost half from every race so far this weekend. And then numerous penalties across everything that you can get penalties for. Black smoke, track limits, etc. So in search of a good result, one, you need your Super Pickup to complete all 12 laps. Two, you'd hope to do all of those 12 laps within track limits.
Division 1, our best drivers in these trucks. But before we do, one final look from the sky at the Chang International Circuit. Break it down to 3 sectors. Take the run to turn 3, the hairpin as sector 1. Make your way out of turn 6 to get to sector 2, and then final third sector for the ending of the lap. 4.5 kilometers in length, a fairly even spread of turns left and right, and that's a lot of smoke there that had just gone up on the background of shot. And as we always see here, Hankook, the official tyre supplier for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series national categories. Ventus RS4 semi-slick is still going to be the tyre of choice for these trucks to make it just that wee bit more of a handful, I suspect. Go to the grid here now. Suwat and Tanafon going to start on the front row. Chinawut and Natanwut going to be off of the second row. Class B and A mix there for the first 2 rows. This continues on row 3 of the long corner. Surachai 5th and 6th. Nantawat and Jataron 7th and 8th place. The top 10 on your next page going to be rounded out by Akiluk and Anawat. We have to get to row 6 before we get your first all-class A row of Simon and Waris. There. The splitting continues. So Eka sit next to our Class B drivers there. And start alongside Sandy Stuvik, Superchai and Chenon on the 8th row of the grid. It's about 2/3 of the way through. Chalermpon and Nutnich on row number 9, with the top 20 rounded out by Bandit and Song Sak. Another Class A lineup there. Chayapon, Tanawat on the 11th row, Akasit, Pirouat the 23rd and 24th places respectively. And if he takes to the start, which looking at what I'm seeing here, I think he might not have.
No.
Jack Lemvard in the Aurora Ford Thailand racing truck just appeared to be absent from the grid, David, unfortunately, after the engine bay fire on the Friday race.
Yeah, every other vehicle on the formation lap has crossed one of the sector timing beams. The only one that hasn't is the number 41 of Jack Lembard, so the Aurora Ford Thailand Racing. Ranger is not out there from what the timing shows.
And visually, you can see quick confirmation there. The rear of the field is missing a fairly unique looking car in the form of that Ranger having skirts all the way down pretty much to the floor whereas most of these trucks, there's still a bit of an air gap in and around the front, sides and rear of those cars. So Suat Limjurapina there on the inside of the track, I should say, pardon me. He'll be taking them to the green. We await the lights going out here on the gantry. And with them out, it's time to go racing for the final time for the Chang International Circuit this weekend. Thailand's Super Pickup Division 1 is away, and it's a bit of a shocker for your Polster. Tanafon going to jump to the race lead. We almost crunched 3 wide in a T1 day, but they get through okay with a bit of a help from some liberal track limits usage again.
We always do have more through the runoff than on the track at turn 1 on lap 1. But it's the safe way to navigate it as you then head down towards turn 3. We've got both Rangers for the final race of the night. Jack Lemvar joins from a pit lane start. Sandy Stuvik was making some moves as well. Easy to spot that blue Ranger a couple of rows back. 4 wide, that's through the grass.
Oh, we've got an engine failure there in the middle of the field. White smoke is not what we expect to see. Yeah, look at that. Slow and smoking. Just can't quite get a pick on which of the Class A trucks that is. As we keep cutting away to a different shot.
From the other day. It's one of the newest Isuzu D-Maxes.
85. A Longkorn Saitung who started this race in 5th place. Ouch. That's
He's heading for a runoff.
Thankfully, yes. And are we going to get space here? Yeah, just as we're watching this field go by, just suddenly, yeah, wall of white smoke. Just to separate it from the rest of the field. Unfortunately, early victim to reliability in this 3rd and final race of the weekend here. Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 is back to the live pitches approaching turn 12. I'd like to see the update on where everyone's at, because I want to see how far Sandy Stuvik's gotten. He was 13th on the grid. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in he's actually maybe threatening a top 6.
He's threatening making a couple of moves. He's down the inside there, having crossed from the outside lane to the inside at the final corner. Now taking the inside of turn 1. There's many Ford supporters here that we've seen all weekend long, and he's kept it on track at turn 1 there as well to be on the inside for this long run down towards 3.
The question is, does he have the power? Because he looks a little slow in a straight line at this point in the race. Yeah, it's only lap 2. But even then, even if it is only lap 2, I've just seen our first black smoke penalty be issued by race control. The 39 truck, which is Pirouette, had an absolute shocker in the second 2. Is currently limping around, crossing the line now. It's already been flagged for excessive smoke emissions. And to make that 2 trucks going to be out of this race with mechanical issues. Waris Onraya, David, pulling out of the track, was 13th across the line in lap 1.
Yeah, trying to make use of their various escape roads, similar to what we saw along Korn Saitung do, which was realise this thing's not going anywhere, head for the nearest escape road. And there are lots of escape roads in between the barriers that will get you out of the way. That's a rejoin. Super sideways. Elbows out right now as we go to the replay of this. So wide, sideways, kicking back across the curb.
And then 2 by 2 when we cut back to the final corner here. Pack of cars for 7th onwards to about 14th, I think.
Spin in the background, exiting the final corner.
Shunt.
Contact.
The 91 of Jataron Aimrod there appears to be the truck that's around, and lock up, and big hit into the right rear corner of Amrod Z-Max, and he's actually, pretty hefty hit there, side on though. So, oh, actually, I was going to say maybe the sensitive parts of the truck were okay, but immediately he's actually gone and requested that the pit wall be open from David, so he won't even go any further than that.
No, the Hilux champ snuck through though, so that's nice. It was all kicking off in front, and this is the mid-pack ferocity.
Truck slow on the right, in front of shop. There they are now. Is that lap traffic or I think so, because it looks like that 13 is building some pace again.
Yeah. There was at least one or two that were a lap down, but still going. Hey, here's a surprise. Incident at turn 12 under investigation.
I couldn't possibly wonder what that would be for.
That investigation is going to start with, well, there was some contact, and then try to unravel a couple more details after that.
Yeah. Was that contact avoidable? If the answer's not yes, I'm a goldfish. Meanwhile, Bandit that I am up inside of his own at turn 12, David. He's going to get that move done on the 89. I think that was. That's Surachai. It's a long way down positions-wise from where he was at the start of the lap.
Yeah, that 24 was one of the retirements yesterday that ended up parked at turn 7. The rear wheel hop mid-corner forces the 89 wide. No! My champ, the number 92, is parked at one of the escape roads. Do not mock my pain. Song Sak is stopped on track.
It wasn't a timely curse this time. You clearly backed the champ too hard. Oh, goodness me. Song Sak. Sorry, Surachai, apologies. Hang on to that dang truck, son. He is all kinds of out of shape. Through turn 1 and now turn 3. We're actually going to check in with your race leader, by the way. Tanafon here doing a very nice job of the situation. Unfortunately for him in that apologies. Took the championship lead after a win on Friday night, and unfortunately I don't have the Saturday results. I don't recall issues for 15 off the very top of my head. Maybe a bit questionable. So it's looking good for Tanafon to possibly walk away your driver's champion here in Class A, as well as overall 2025 for these pickups.
Yesterday's winner is already a retirement today, such as the roll of the dice sometimes of Super Pickup. Second, third, fourth by the looks of it.
That's third, fourth, fifth.
Oh. So you got understeer, oversteer, and neutral balance from 3 different cars in the same corner right there.
Well, it's a fun little insight, yeah, I guess, into how have you set the truck up, how do you like to drive the truck, and how much do your tyres appreciate your driving style, I guess.
How's the straight line performance from the Ranger? You thought in previous laps it was down just a little bit. It doesn't lock up though compared to those in front. So if the advantage is traction out of slow corners and confidence at the apex of the medium speed corners, then we're approaching a section of the track that will benefit the number 3 behind 23 and 7.
Looks like he's lost time again down the straight. Maybe they've had to detune the Rangers just to try and improve the reliability of them. Definitely better under brakes by comparison. See how much to close back up by the time we get there to the apex at turns 5, 6, and 7 here, David. It definitely looks like it's a cornering and braking machine more than a power machine. Oh no!
A new, fresh surprise in the race control messages, and not necessarily surprised to see Jack Lemvard in pit lane as they're taping down the bonnet as if the latches have failed. His teammates looking to make a move through the twistier sections that seem to be a Ranger's strength.
Whilst we watched one Ranger in the pit lane get fixed up, another Ranger on track making a pass at turn 8. She might catch this edge here. Go good run out of turn 7 for Super. He's already clear as Super Chai by the time it ends at turn 8. But just watch here. Super Chai decides he wants to take a nibble out of that diffuser. Although I think he actually sacrificed more of his car than he was able to get rid of the diffuser. And Stuvic's truck there.
Stuvik was posting highlights from yesterday's race on his social media. It had the Thai language coverage of him going around the outside of turn 6 to get the inside of 7 and 8 and make a pass that way yesterday. Seems like he might be doing similar moves again. If it worked yesterday, give it another try again today. And so it was closing very much through the high-speed turn 4, on the brakes into turn 5, and then when they defend into turn 6, go around the outside of them to get the inside for the next 3 corners. If that's the strategy that works, keep doing it. And traction out of the slow corners also, or at least stability out of the slow corners, seems to be a strength too. He gets dragged in a straight line.
Yep, has to make sure he's not threatened too much by Super Chai. Look at that confidence to return. Oh, it's just superior cornering pace today.
Outside of turn 6, pencil it in.
Can he get there though? Because he's hard to run. Unless it's all about set up here, go tight through turn 6, switch back through 7, monster the power, and then slam the. And then here it is. Yep, up the inside at the exit of turn 7, and turn 8 is going to be his.
That's where he seals it. Now let them battle each other behind you.
That might give you a bit of breathing room. Super Chai wants a piece of the puzzle. He'll try and also sacrifice a bit of his truck on Chinawat. Was that Chinawat's truck giving up a piece of itself in exchange?
Thought it came off the 23, but it was hard to tell. It looks like it's part of the tail light off the 7 is broken. We're getting to these replays very quickly. That's elsewhere in the field though.
Oh, yep. Whee! 88. Boris Onrayev has actually gotten back out and racing again after pulling off the side of the track earlier. And appears to have immediately dumped a whole bunch of something on the circuit and spun himself on it. Oh no,
He's still there.
We've had a big crash. Safety car boards and flags in the background to immediately try and capture this. Well, that's made a mess of turn 10. Oh, your race leader.
Danafon smoking. Is it from tyre rub, the left? No, it's coming out of the exhaust.
Oh, it's the turbo let go on that.
Well, if it's white smoke coming out of the exhaust, then it's something getting into the turbo.
Oh.
It's not meant to.
So round goes Waris Onrayev. Oh yeah, it's dumping. It's dumped all over its tires. So it's going nowhere. And then we need to just catch which carnival was that? That truck came through and smashed into him. I think based on the timing information, it might have been the 66 Chayapong Chantikit who's dropped off of timing and scoring and fit, as unfortunately for Tanafon, he's not going to be able to get that truck much further, and he's going to have to pull it over here on the exit. Oh, he's going to join the champ at the runoff between turns 5 and 6. Oh,
geez, it's getting congested there. Telling you, a 50% finishing rate in Super Pickup D1 is a good 12-lap race, it seems, this weekend. So, Champ, D-Max, D-Max. If I don't try to make some kind of joke of it, I think I'll cry, to be honest. That must be so heartbreaking, though. Leading the race, we go safety car, and you're thinking, I stand a really good chance here, and something gives way. Maybe the same as my philosophy. If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
That seems rather appropriate. So I think we're going to get one more shot of this here. Yeah, just... Oh, bang!
Right rear locks up.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So a seized brake then, and then it's class. Ah, yep. There you go. Confirmation. Oh, it smashes the door off of Waris on ropes, the passenger side door, thankfully. And then, well, that'll have messed the intercooler and the radiator up, and that will have dumped its own fluids in to join the party.
In Super Eco, we had a Suzuki Swift yesterday where it seemed like one of the rear brakes may have grabbed and stayed stuck, and from turn 6 to about turn 10, it seems like it's riding the ripple strips for some of these vehicles that can occasionally trigger that, and obviously riding rumble strips can knock the brake pads away from the disc. Is there a chance that sometimes it knocks them the other way and leaves them stuck on rather than stuck away?
Yeah, it looks like this is going to take us a while here to possibly clean up the two trucks. The Marshall's
The irony is that it sees us have 2 more Isuzus on track than beforehand.
Sacrificing race trucks for government trucks. Thank you, David, for that astute observation that as Isuzu's been used to pick up the vehicles. Oh, looks like we've got a couple of drivers here joining the safety car queue that maybe need to just figure out where the queue is. So, $1 million question here now. We expect one of these races without cautions to run for about 23, 24 minutes. We only have 30 minutes available on the race clock for this one here. Usually one safety car we can get away with, but this is going to have to be a lengthy safety car. Then again, only 4 laps to go when they next cross the start-finish line, David. Do they fit all the laps in regardless, being the last race of the day, or do they still run at the time limit?
Well, it was 2 damaged pickups and there were 2 flatbeds out there, so they should be able to get the stricken vehicles cleared quickly. At most of the action spots, we've seen plenty of marshals with straw brooms, leaf blowers, the whole lot. They can get 8 or 10 folks on track to tidy it up quickly. Recovery has been pretty quick, so I feel confident on 12 laps. I don't know how confident on 12 laps Aurora Ford Thailand Racing seem, but they're watching very, very closely in the garage. Another look to them.
One of the obviously opportunities we get here with a caution period is the local team at the track with the cameras don't mind having a look around to see who's in the audience today, and picking up a few people here in the stands at Brewery Run as well. So 4 laps to go now as they cross the start-finish line. Someone's run the numbers for us, and if the time limit is enforced, we're looking at having about 12 minutes left. So normally lap in around the 2-minute mark once the race sort of gets to its conclusion. We would just be able to make all the laps in that case, because they're also doing about a 4-minute lap time behind safety car at the moment to try and, I guess, give the recovery crews as much time as possible to maybe get a restart going either this lap or the next.
Yeah, to pack the field quickly, but then also to keep the field at the opposite end of the racetrack to really give them the space to work efficiently at their recovery. So is it now 14 on the lead lap?
And indeed, the list of cars that are probably going to be classified as DNF grows. We now hope, obviously, that it doesn't grow much bigger, if at all. Also, critical to note is that in all this madness, and the fact that crucially we lost our the race leader with some kind of driveline failure, Sandy Stuvik, having started 13th.
Don't.
He's the race leader. That's all. He's the race leader. That's all. That's all there is to say about it right now.
No safe time, Daniel Yeaman.
True. You executed it. Well, I'd say brilliantly, but it's never really the intention of a commentator to sequence that those comments in such a way that it lands perfectly.
Superchai Kongman in second place, though, appears to have the fastest lap of the race at the moment.
He does, yes.
It's one of the older D-Maxes there, and maybe he's just had a bit of clean track at the right time to set that kind of lap time. And look how many bodies we have on track cleaning up. That's why they get things cleaned up quickly. At turn 3 on Friday, we had a very quick cleanup. So many brooms, probably many bags of oil dry, if that goes along with the incident that we saw.
Yep, and then in addition, get to be one of the lucky marshals there who gets to hold the sign up saying, go around. Oh, look how much they've had to put down, David, now to clean up the spill as it's spread out. Just the distance that Warris drove, as well as then the spread from 66 crashing into it. That's a lot of the track.
Superchai Kongman is the number 7 in second place, and it says 10-second time penalty for pit lane speed.
It's also kind of crazy because it means he's apparently gotten a black smoke penalty, come in and serve the penalty.
He might have been one of the ones that started from pit lane. Someone started from pit lane. 2 or 3 did.
Oh, yes, there was somebody else. I'm now
Well, he's not the
to try and go
number
figure it out.
91 under investigation for driving in the wrong direction of pit lane. Very interesting messages across race control. But the most exciting is safety car in this lap.
All right, folks. I think we're going to get the 2 remaining laps once the restart happens. So we are going to get all 12 in, I think, based on that. I am going to chase up that question of who was the other truck that started from the pits. By Magic Power.
Lemvard for sure.
Definitely Lemvard. There was another truck waiting at pit entry as the field came around to take the green flag, as we said, to find the shot of it. Because it was only on screen very briefly. Just trying to think how far back. It was a 66, which unfortunately has retired after crashing into Boris on Rayab. So that was Chayapon Chantikit.
I mean, you could even be penalised for speeding in pit lane on your way
to the grid,
to the formation lap. Yeah.
Such possibilities. Unfortunately, I don't have a
In other-
concrete answer.
In other categories, that tends to not be a competition penalty. It tends to be like a financial penalty if it's not part of the race session, but it's still a breach of regulations or of safety, but it doesn't give you any competitive advantage because it's not speeding during the duration of the race. Safety car is pulling away. Get the cameras out. It's going to look so gorgeous for the next 5 minutes. The sun's out through some of the clouds today. oil dryer clock through there will be something to contend with for the remaining laps that we'll have post restart.
All right, here we go. Green flag's out. Sandy Stuvik puts the foot down a little bit to build us back to racing speed. It is time to restart the final race of the day, the weekend, the season. 2 more laps remain here in this one, Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. Sandy Stuvik leads Chai Chinawut to turn 1 here. There's your top 3. It's a single file down to about probably sort of their 7th or 8th places. There we go again with elaborate use of track limits. The 95 of Anawat there deciding to extend the road best he can. Now, one other thing, if I'm not mistaken in these trucks, David, I think they have boost control. I wonder if someone's willing to push the boundaries of what their truck can handle, if it means a bit more speed at the end of this race. Let's watch here. Ford versus Isuzu.
Seen with various of the onboards, lots of gauges like air pressure and boost, etc., measuring that. I don't think that Ford Ranger has got all the horsepower that everyone else has got, but it's strong in so many other places, like from about turn 5 through to the end of the lap.
Build the margin.
That's where they are right now.
And there you go. Look, the margin's built up there between turns 4 and turn 7. So indeed, it's a cornering and handling truck. That might just be what he needs. Oi, big lock-up from the number 9 of Simon Mapake. Going to blow past the track limits at turn 8. Rejoin in time for turn 9. And then, nearly get cleaned up by the 20, the Lippy Molly truck there, which, pardon me, that would be the 93 of Nutnutch, I think. As you said, through the oil dry, they go kick up their own white cloud of smoke as around the final turn to start the final lap, and Sandy Stuvik nearly runs over a slow truck on the exit of the corner, David.
Not what you need to see as you look to begin the final lap. That's a 1:56 just completed from Sandy Stuvik as his personal best. So if there's something to turn up in the final couple of laps, I suspect they have, as a bunch of other personal bests come through. And the track would be cooling quite quickly with the sun just a couple of degrees away from the horizon. Yesterday and today, so many people in their Ford merchandise with their Ford flags trying to cheer on Aurora Ford Thailand Racing, and they haven't had a whole lot to cheer for just yet. But they wait eagerly with anticipation, as do we all.
Still half a lap to go. I feel like I was the one that was making a less controversial statement there, David, during safety car proceedings, as Nantawat, I believe, up the inside of Anawat through turn 4. He'll run wide on the exit of the corner. And I think he gets away with it, but if he locks up and overshoots the corner, he gives a spot right back for free. So never mind. It's a Kialuk, going at it with Suwat for 4th place. So no, it's actually a little further up the road than I thought. Is there a crisscross through turn 7? Not quite. And in fact, it'll actually bring Nantawat. Oh, geez, sorry guys, I keep getting the names. All a fluster here, and the number 19 truck of Nantawat will happily take that place away from Suwat into turn 8. A couple of corners left to go here, David, and it looks like the field is spreading out at the front.
Yeah, the safety car's really hurt. Super Chai Kongman in 2nd place, who still has 10 seconds looming over their head for a very compressed field. Nothing that we know of to stop the number 3 of Sandy Stuvik. Watch for the body language on this one. For everything that Aurora Ford Thailand Racing have put in, they love to see it on the grandstand, on the pit wall, and in the driver's cabin. Sandy Stuvik, I think, is always going to try a burnout on the front straight. He's saluting the team.
Seems appropriate. It's been a team, a truck, and a driver who apparently before we started commentating had picked up multiple Thailand Super Series championships, race wins and statistics. But we've seen a lot of unreliability from from the Ford, the Aurora Ford Thailand Racing trucks. So it comes together here in the final race of the season to get himself a race win. Had to pick his way through from 13th place as well to do it. So after coming out of the GT3 entry with Henk Kicks earlier on this afternoon, does the double in very convincing style there to finish off.
There are a lot of people in that garage that look more relieved than elated, and I can understand the complicated and mixed emotions of a DNF on the final lap yesterday to a race win today. Oh, there's Jack Lemvard to congratulate Sandy Stuvik. There's not a vibration in that Ranger. That's just Sandy Stuvik absolutely buzzing.
And there you are, race results. The podium of Sandy Stuvik, Superchai. Actually, sorry, yes, the graphic shows Superchai, but his time penalty has been applied and knocks him down to the 11th. So Chinawat and Akia Luck going to be your three drivers in Class A. The Class P podium, Suwat takes the class win ahead of Anawat and Suwat, Anawat, and Surachai. Yes,
Surachai
apologies.
Fenpong.
Yes, sorry. For some reason, I was reading a different name. It was actually one of our Class A drivers, so completely fumbled that one, so you can see there. So just imagine, knocks Superchai out of the top 10, bump everyone else up a place, and also promotes Simon Mapake, who's not on that graphic, up into the top 10 for the 8th and final race of the Thailand's Big Up Division 1 champions. And as you can see here, whilst it was a 56.0 from your race winner, that wasn't the best lap recorded in the race. A 55.696 from Superchai Kong Man on lap 2 will go down on record as the fastest single lap around here in today's race, David. But with that, there's also some drivers who need to be recovered from various parts in the field to the track, back to the pits.
Yeah, and an Isuzu with a crane would be overkill, so I suppose a moped will do. He's got a cold bottle of water, though. That's nice. Saw that it was sort of 35 degrees and hotter at points today, plus that tropical humidity. And they get to have their podium celebration on the grid.
And that's parked backwards on the racetrack there from Chinawat. Looks like we're going to have
come out of the gap in the wall and then turned this way.
Yeah, special podium positioning for the final race of the season there. And Sandy, where are you? We need your truck. He appears to have not got the memo that we're doing this out on the start-finish stretch.
It's like me entering my 30s. Maybe he's not sure he'd get this far.
Oh, it's a bit rough for both yourself and Sandy, but okay.
Or he's still buzzing and celebrating with his team.
Took his sweet time to bring it round. We'll find out and see, I guess, what the go was there. With all of our drivers here in Division 1 being Thai drivers, I will fully expect that all the interviews will be in Thai, so we won't really get a chance to hear. There he comes. Looks like, I think, yeah, you were right. Just taking his sweet time to bring the number 3 Ford Ranger around on the in-lap. As here are the cheers and applause. As it's our first non-Isuzu win, I do believe, for quite some time in this season. We'll stand by for the interviews here. I'm sure in a couple of moments here, David, but begin to sort of, I guess, wrap up at this point because this is sort of this is practically the end of it for us here after listening for the interviews and the final highlights here from the Super Pickup Division 1 race. It's been a pretty wild weekend here at Chang, but in many respects, it's kind of what we hope to see in these races. Reliability occasionally playing its part, but for the most part, a whole bunch of great fighting and racing making the action on track for us.
Yeah, a good season for the Super Series, Thailand Super Series. Some changes across all of the categories. Tyres, professionalism, international drivers. Goodie's looking forward to relaxing as well.
ผลของคลาส B นี่นะครับที่1เป็นของพีทสุวัฒน์ลิมจิระพิญญานะครับรองลงมาอันดับ2เป็นของอนุวัฒน์ลิมณีอินนะครับพี่หนุ่ยเป๋อนะครับแล้วก็อันดับ3เป็นของพี่เอสุรชัยเพ็งผ่องและแน่นอนในคลาส A นะครับอันดับ3เป็นของท่านนี้ครับเอกลักษณ์นาฏเกิดขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับสวัสดีครับโอ้โหเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสนุกครับไม่เคยมาถึงจุดนี้นานแล้วครับครับ ไม่เคยมาถึงจุดนี้นานแล้วขอบคุณทีมแล้วก็ทีมช่างครับแล้วก็สปอนเซอร์ที่ช่วยสนับสนุนทั้งที่อยู่เบื้องหน้าอยู่เบื้องหลังครับขอบคุณมากครับถือว่าตลอดระยะเวลา1ปี1ซีซั่นที่ผ่านมาวันนี้ก็เป็นอีก1วันที่ต้องบอกว่าแฮปปี้มีความสุขกับผลงานที่ผ่านมามีความสุขครับมีความสุขครับเพราะว่าจบสวยแล้วก็ขับกันค่อนข้างจะสนุกเลยครับครับอยากจะบอกอะไรแฟนๆไหมครับฝากติดตาม Thailand Super Series 2026 น่าจะมีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงแล้วก็เพิ่มเติมความสนุกครับในการแข่งขันมากกว่านี้ครับครับเอาละฮะฝากถึงแฟนๆให้เชียร์กันด้วยนะครับในปีหน้าขอปีหน้าเชียร์ทีม 6.9 ลิตรด้วยนะครับครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงวันดีอีกครั้งครับไปต่อกันที่อันดับที่2นะครับท่านผู้ชมฮะกับแบงค์ชินวุฒิเหล่าชินชาตินะครับ อุ้มมาก็ได้ครับอุ้มมาก็ได้ครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้ก็ถือว่าประสบความสำเร็จมากครับใน3เลสสุดท้ายนี้มีโพเดียมทุกวันเลยครับเพราะว่าเลสแรกๆ1 2 3ผมไม่มีโพเดียมเลยเพราะว่ายังหาข้อมูลอะไรไม่เจอตอนนี้ถือว่าประสบความสำเร็จแล้วครับโอ้โหเราก็เห็นในเรื่องของพัฒนาการนะครับว่ามีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นต่างๆวันนี้Alpha Factory by Forza ก็มาถึงจุดนี้แล้วในท้ายซีซั่นแฮปปี้กับผลงานแฮปปี้มากๆครับครับปีหน้าเป็นยังไงบ้างครับแบงค์ครับปีหน้าก็ผมคิดว่าน่าจะดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับเพราะว่าเรามาถึงจุดที่ว่าแบบเจอหลายๆอย่างแล้วครับครับเพราะฉะนั้นแน่นอนก็มาลุ้นกันว่าปีหน้าจะเป็นอย่างไรนะครับฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับแบงค์ครับครับก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับแบงค์ชินวุฒิปิกอัพ23ครับ Alpha Factory Racing Team by Forza ครับผมครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับผู้ชมครับต้องบอกว่าอันดับ1นี่นะครับเขาทำมาทั้งปีนะจนวันนี้ได้มาอยู่ในโพสิชันที่1แล้วนะครับต้องขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับแซนดี้สตูวิกครับโอ้โหแซนดี้หายเหนื่อยไหมหายเลยครับหายเหนื่อยครับโหผู้จัดการพี่อุ๋มนะร้องไห้น้ำตาไหลเลยเนี่ยดูดิทุกคนรู้สึกยังไงบ้างเล่าให้ฟังเลยโอ้โหผมไม่รู้จะพูดคำอะไรครับเพราะว่าความรู้สึกนี้คือเราสู้มาทั้งปีเลยนะครับกับรถของเราก็พัฒนามาทุกสนามแต่ปีนี้คู่แข่งของเราต้องบอกเลยว่าเขาสุดยอดทุกคนเลยครับเพราะฉะนั้นการที่เราเอารถนี้มาสู้กับเขาได้ผมภูมิใจมากในทีม Ford นะครับแล้วก็ทีม Aurora ของผมที่สร้างคันนี้ขึ้นมาครับก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมจริงๆเลยครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณ Ford Thailand ด้วยครับต้องขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ทุกสนามมาอยู่ที่นี่ตลอดเวลาไม่เคยทิ้งแซนดี้ใช่ครับก็ต้องขอบคุณแฟนๆด้วยครับทุกคนที่มาจากบริษัท Ford นะครับที่มาเชียร์แซนดี้ที่มาให้กำลังใจนะครับขอบคุณมากเลยครับผมทำไม่ได้ถ้าไม่มีคุณครับว้าวแซนดี้ครับปีหน้าหวังว่าจะได้ไปต่อครับผมก็หวังว่าที่เราจะได้
continue ที่จะพัฒนาเครื่องนี้แล้วก็รถคันนี้ครับตอนนี้รู้สึกว่าเราเริ่มสู้ได้แล้วครับ
ต้องบอกอย่างนี้ครับท่านผู้ชมครับเหมือนกับ Ford โดยเฉพาะแซนดี้เองทุกคนเนี่ยใช้ไม่ว่าจะเป็นกำลังสมองกำลังกายกำลังใจนะครับแล้วก็พัฒนาแล้วก็ไม่หยุดยั้งในเรื่องของสิ่งที่มันมีความผิดหวังความคาดหวังมันเกิดขึ้นในทุกส่วนเนาะแต่มันก็มีความผิดหวังอยู่ตลอดวันนี้เหมือนเป็นการปลดล็อกเพราะฉะนั้นในปีหน้ามันแน่นอน Ford คันนี้นะฮะจะต้องเป็นที่น่าจับตามองในทุกสนามแน่นอนแซนดี้ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็อย่างแรกขอบคุณทุกๆคนนะครับที่เชียร์ทีม Ford นะครับแล้วก็สำหรับปีหน้าก็ขอกำลังใจเยอะๆนะครับเดี๋ยวแซนดี้กับทีม Ford จะกลับมาแข็งแรงกว่าเดิมครับขอบคุณมากเลยครับ
ขอบคุณครับทุกคนท้ายรายการแล้วเข้ามาเลยเข้ามาถ่ายรูปร่วมกันมาถ่ายรูปร่วมกันเลยมาเลยแน่นอนนะครับท่านผู้ชมครับต้องบอกว่ากิจกรรมของเรานะครับเดินทางมาจนถึงท้ายฤดูกาลแล้วนะครับสำหรับรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับและรายการ TSS The Super Series 2025 นะครับโอ้โหมาพี่บิดามาเลยครับโอ้โหต้องบอกว่ามันมากเลยครับรายการของเราและยังมีกันต่อนะครับสำหรับปีหน้านะครับพบกันใหม่นะครับผู้ชมกับรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 และรายการ TSS The Super Series 2026 และเจอกันใหม่ปีหน้าครับขอบคุณครับ
Well, David, if there's any indication of who might be one of the more popular drivers in the field, unless that's what we call the fan squad, I think Sandy Stubik takes the cake there in his first win in Thailand Super Cup in this year, possibly the last 2 years overall, if not more than that.
Oh, and Goody bringing us to an amazing conclusion, playing everyone as an instrument and showing the enthusiasm for racing in this part of the world. There's many automotive brands with development, manufacturing in this part of the world, and also growing market for vehicles like this and the vehicles we see in Super Eco, in Super Touring, in GT4 and in GT3. So with all of that combination, the enthusiasm only grows, particularly for a very popular driver and a very popular race winner. It nearly was interrupted by a long safety car there for that dramatic and dangerous incident that took place.
I couldn't help but notice on that final replay shot of Waris on Rayab's truck there, something definitely breaking and falling off the left rear corner as it came to a stop. So definite confirmation there in case you didn't know. And celebrating before he crosses the line, but I guess at that point he's got just enough of a margin that it's fairly safe to say Sandy Stubik returns to the winner's circle in Thailand Super Cup Division 1, both overall and of course therefore Class A, and able to share in the spoils of victory afterwards with Goody and the fans there at the circuit. But folks, that is going to be the end of the racing action and therefore the end of our coverage from the Chung International Circuit for this weekend and therefore the year on the whole. And unfortunately, whilst we can't confirm what's happening in 2026, that is still to be publicly announced and even confirmed to us what will be happening next year, David. So everything's still up in the air, but we certainly hoping, I think on many fronts, we'll be hoping to be back next year. So please check in with Thailand Super Series and their social pages and coverage to hear about the calendar. And I guess thank you for supporting TSS this year once again through this English broadcast. Any final thoughts from you to wrap up on this one?
The more places around the world you look and you enjoy the motorsport and the level of competition we have, the more great quality you see. And even today, some races of even only sort of 10 cars in GT4, GTC, and still some of the closest the most competitive and impressive racing I've seen in a while. So congratulations to everyone involved in putting this series on and growing and always improving the motorsport scene in Thailand. This great circuit at Chang International Circuit, a permanent venue that can really become a base to continue to grow this championship and this type of racing in this part of the world.
And indeed, from our humble beginnings when we joined the series in 2023, it's great to see it, grow, expand, and for us to be able to continue covering it. So, David, on your behalf, as well as Reese Gardner, Scott Rankin, for their work commentating and sharing the roles around this year to make it possible. Jake Kennedy and Hamish Munro for assisting with the broadcast production. To those at speedcafe.com for continuing to support us and also helping us rebroadcast the series to a wider audience on their YouTube channel. To everyone at Thailand Super Series, in particular Pat, who's been one of our contacts in helping get us keeping us organised for these broadcasts. My name has been Daniel Yeaman. A massive thank you to everyone for watching us anytime, any place, anywhere around the world. We hope you've enjoyed all of the coverage, as it looks like we're heading to the podium celebration shortly, but we'll be signing off here for tonight, for the weekend, and for the year. We hope we'll be back in 2026, and we hope you can join us for the opening round of the season, when and where it will be. Until then, have yourself a very happy weekend, holiday, year, new year, and whatever racing is left to come around the world. Until then, thank you very much, and have yourself a good rest of your day or night.